Good morning, my name is Parole Officer Smelly. Today is Friday, April 17, 2026, and this is the hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Parole. The following board members are present this morning and by stating their names on the record, certify they've reviewed all statutorily required documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Good morning, Alex Sarkov.
Robert Sizowskis.
Joy Chance.
Please state your name and inmate number for the record, sir.
Elijah Butler, 430623.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Elijah Butler, 430623. He is serving a sentence of 10 years jail, execution suspended after 4 years and 6 months jail, followed by 5 years of probation for attempt to commit assault first, larceny second, carrying a pistol without permit, and escape first. As of today, records reflect the parole eligibility date of October 3rd, 2026 at 5%. There is no victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan. It has been reviewed and showed the offender has completed tier 2, voices and anger management, and remains on the wait list for new thoughts, a job, and vocational needs. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offender overall score falls within the very high range of risk for recidivism. Mr. Butler, this is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted, sir. You may begin.
I have something I written down. Is that all right if I read?
Yep, go ahead.
All right. Dear members of parole, I am respectfully writing this letter to be considered for release on parole. First, I want to acknowledge the responsibility for the actions that led to my incarceration. I understand the seriousness of my offense and the impact it has had on others like my family and my community. I do not take that lightly, and I am not trying to minimize or excuse my past decisions. Since being incarcerated, I have used this time to reflect deeply on my life and the choices that brought me here. I have worked to change my mindset and to take accountability for my actions. I have focused on personal growth, discipline, and becoming a better person than I was before. While incarcerated, I have made efforts to better myself, finishing tier 2, anger management, and voices. Thank you for taking the time to review my case and considering my application for parole.
Thank you, Mr. Butler, for your opening statement. We have some questions for you. Then we'll enter into discussion and we'll give you our decision right there, okay?
Yeah.
I will begin the questioning this morning. Can you tell us a bit about what happened that led to your incarceration?
A close friend of mine had died, and I wasn't in the right set of mind. So I was feeling very vengeful and angry, and I did something that shouldn't have been done or didn't need to be done.
Which was what?
I tried to assault someone.
You fired the weapon, right? At a car?
Yeah.
Did you know the person you were shooting at?
Yes.
Okay, and why did you pick that particular person? What was happening? Why did you shoot that person?
Like I said, I was very angry. I told you I had lost a close friend of mine, so I just wanted someone to feel how I was feeling. I was feeling very angry, vengeful, and being in jail told me I didn't need to even do that. That one reaction isn't gonna bring anybody back.
Right. Okay, what about the escape conviction?
To be honest, I was just young and I wanted to just run around. So being cooped up was just like too much for me. But yeah, I ran. Shouldn't have done that either. It led me here again.
Okay, let's move on to your time while you were incarcerated. You received 8 disciplinary reports, right?
Yes.
The last one was, looks like in June of 2024, so almost 2 years ago.
Yes.
Can you speak to your growth during this time? It looks like you were getting constant tickets in the beginning, but lately you've been staying out of trouble, right?
Yes, I've been staying out of trouble for almost 2 years.
How did you manage to do that?
I just really stick to myself and try to focus on bettering myself every day. Like, instead of trying to like be mad at stuff from past and when I was be right before I came to jail. It's not going to help me in any type of situation.
Right.
So I just stay to myself and do what I got to do to put myself on the right mindset.
Let's talk about the programs you've taken. You've done anger management, right? You completed that, looks like in November of last year.
Yes.
What did you get from anger management?
Like how to control my anger more. Like sometimes I react a little bit fast than thinking. It taught me to think before I do, breathe and just think about my consequences before I even lash out and do something.
You tried to take this program before, right? A couple of years ago. That didn't go well.
Yeah, no.
But do you feel like you got more out of it this time?
Yeah, I got more out of it this time. I got a lot out of it this time.
What about tier 2 and voices? Talk to me about those programs.
Tier 2, it just taught me, tier 2 taught me like stuff with my anger too. So it helped me out in both ways. Like, yeah, they taught me the same thing, really. Like I have a rush for when I like get mad and I want to do something. So it's just like really a rush. So I shouldn't even be putting myself in those type of situations. Like,
And what about voices?
Honestly, I don't really remember a lot about that.
It's about the victims, right?
Huh?
It's about the victims.
Yeah.
You don't recollect anything from taking that program?
Yeah, I did, but I had stuff written down, but when I went to the box, I lost all of it.
Okay. Talk to us about your plan when you're released.
I never really had a job, so I've been writing down these re-entry programs. Best chance program. I have the address, the number, and the people that are in charge of the program, I think. And I have another one just in case called Greater Hartford Reentry Welcome Center.
Yep.
So I'm gonna try to call them and tell them about my situation and how I'm looking for a job. And
What was the name of the first program?
Best Chance program.
Best Chance. And you reached out to them already, or?
No, I was gonna reach out to them like a week before I was released or something like that, but I have them all written down.
Okay. What jobs are you thinking about in the community?
I heard they help you get certificates for like flagging and I don't know the word. they, I don't remember the word. I meant the forklifts.
Mhm.
They'll be get your certificate for forklifts and stuff like that. So I was hoping to do that a little bit because like I said, I never really had a job. So I want to learn something new, and I feel like those is two things I would like to do.
Have you thought about getting your GED?
Yeah, I want to get that too. I have been on the waiting list. They said I have to wait a couple months because they don't really have a teacher or something like that. I don't really know. The person who wrote it has terrible handwriting.
Is that something you're interested in doing in the community?
Yeah, I want to at least get my GED so I can just say I got it. So I'm not like, oh, I'm just wasted time.
Yeah, it'll open up a lot of opportunities, right?
Yes.
How do you think you're going to do on community supervision if you're released?
You said what happened?
How are you going to do on community supervision, whether you're released on parole or you go to the end of sentence, you have 5 years of probation to follow? How are you going to deal with parole or probation?
I feel like I was gonna be good. When I had came in, I was a kid still. So now I'm a grown adult. I see everything differently, and I want to move forward. And I feel like the stuff I've been doing is only setting me back.
Hey, Mr. Bato, I think that's all the questions I have. I'm going to see if my colleagues have any additional questions. Ms. Chance?
Yeah, Mr. Butler, what were you doing with a gun?
Like I said, I lost one of my friends. I was feeling very angry. I just wanted someone to feel how I feel, but that wasn't the right situation.
Where did you get the gun?
I got it out of the stolen car.
Oh. How did your friend die?
He was killed in gun violence.
So your friend gets killed in a gun violence, and your only thought is to go get a gun and shoot at someone else? What was
Yeah.
wrong with that?
A lot. Like I said, me just reacting and doing that wasn't gonna bring him back. I wasn't in the right state of mind. He was like a brother to me, so I never felt that angry. Like,
And I guess the most concerning point for me is that he died as a result of gun violence, and you tried to shoot at someone, possibly kill that person because you were angry that someone shot and killed your friend. And I keep saying that, Mr. Butler, because one of the things that you said you learned in the program that you took is to think before you act. Now, you were living with your sister at the time?
when I called my case,
Yeah. Who were you living with?
I ran from the halfway. I was living with the person I called my case with.
Oh, your co-defendant.
Yes.
But now you want to go live with your sister.
Yes.
Now, when all of that happened, did your sister have some advice to give you?
Yeah, a lot of advice.
Did you listen to her?
Since I've been down, yeah, she only knew
Well,
about.
at the time you didn't.
You said what happened?
No, I said at the time when your friend got shot, did your sister have any advice to give you?
Oh, yeah, she did, but I wasn't really listening to it because I was just so hurt.
So you want to go live with her now? So are
Yeah,
you gonna listen to whatever advice she gives you? And if she has a concern about something that you're doing, that you're gonna listen to her?
yes, of course. She helps me a lot since I've been in here. Like when I get angry, I call her and I ask her like what I should do and like how I should. She just tells me like calm down, like breathe, like don't just react because it's gonna have bigger consequences when I've been doing so good.
And then you took anger management last November, so hopefully that also helped.
Yeah.
So the other thing, I noticed that you smoke marijuana.
Yeah.
Did you smoke it often? Do you feel it affected you in any way?
I did smoke and I felt like it clouded a lot of my judgment.
So obviously, that's not a good thing for you to do, right?
No.
So when you took tier two, I know my Mr. Chair asked you, to talk about tier two, and you referred tier two to anger management, but I'm hoping that tier two would have also highlighted some facts regarding drug use, whether it's marijuana or any other drugs, and the effect that the drugs can have on your body. Do you remember any of that?
Yes. They had told me to find something else to do that makes me not want to smoke or do things.
Okay. And I know my colleague also asked you about your GED. So you do know that when you do eventually go back in the community, that you could also take your GED in the community.
Yes, I'm trying to at least obtain one of them here.
And I know you also, I read in there that you said what is it that you want to do when you go back in the community?
Be a flagger.
But as a young man, you're not going to be able to do that for the rest of your life. So what is it that you enjoy doing that you would like to pursue?
I would like to make clothes.
And you
Like-
think you can make a living from making clothes?
At least try. I never tried, so
Well, it's something for you to think about. But I also heard you told my colleague that you are going to seek employment through community-based programs that
Yeah.
will assist you.
yes.
So one of the things that you're going to have to practice to do, Mr. Butler, is when you are given advice, you go somewhere and you're seeking help, that you're going to listen.
Yes.
And I'm sure you see in the community that gun violence every day results in someone losing their life or, permanent damage.
Yes.
So, going forward, no more guns. And you said you didn't know the car that you were in was stolen.
No.
So how did you get it?
My co-defendant had it and we
Yeah, so I'm gonna tell you, Mr. Butler, that one of the things that you're gonna find out whether you're on parole or probation is, I remember, parole and probation officers used to tell their clients, you don't take rides from anyone, even someone that you know. Someone offers you a ride, you don't take it. You take public transportation because you never know what that person's history is or whether the car is actually theirs or not. So that's something that you're going to need to think about. I'm sure you know your friend was not in a position to own a car.
Yes.
So those are the kinds of things that you recognize as you're growing up. And you are 24 years old, 24 and a half years old going on. So your brains are still developing. And I'm hoping that because you're going to live with your sister, that you're going to seek her advice, seeing that she's been so good to you, even during your incarceration.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you for answering my questions today, Mr. Buckland. I wish you the best of luck.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Chance.
Here,
Mr. Sosaskas.
Yeah, I just have a couple follow-up questions. So, Mr. Butler, why do they call you Millie? What is that name?
I always had nappy hair, like the rapper Big Mill.
Okay. So people gave you that name and it kind of stuck. They still call you that?
Yeah, but I don't really like it anymore.
Yeah, it's probably, I mean, it was what they were using back then when all these things were happening. You need to reinvent yourself. You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
That might be a good way. I hear it in your voice saying you don't like it anymore. So glad to hear that. What about your co-defendant, Mr. Perry? Have you seen or heard from him?
No, I heard he's back in jail.
Yeah.
But I haven't spoke to him or even thought about him.
I'm going to read something from the police report. I want you to give me what you think about this statement, okay? It says, they were informed that Butler and his co-defendant were part of a gang set that have been involved in multiple shootings in their town and other towns, including Waterbury. You involved in a gang with Mr. Perry?
No,
You were?
no.
So how are you going to deal with that when you get out, when these gang people come around? How are you going to manage that?
To be honest, I'm just not gonna be around nothing. Like nobody or try to even antagonize anybody in that way to do something to me.
Yeah, I mean, there's going to be some exposure. People are, you know, I mean, do you think people that you were friends with or people that you weren't friends with are going to try to contact you when you get out? You thought about that?
Yeah, I have, but I haven't really answered anybody through my text message on the tablet. So it would be the same way when I get out of here.
It's going to get you right back into trouble, regardless if you're on parole, probation, or on any supervision. That kind of behavior, being involved in those types of groups, it's going to lead you right back to prison. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
You understand that?
yes.
Alrighty. And then, you talked about the car a little bit, and in the police report, it says you gave a statement to the police, and it says that you were driving around in this Subaru by yourself, and then you had driven out to Meriden and picked up your co-defendant, Mr. Perry. Was this a car that you had? You had the car, or he had?
No, but he had said that.
This was a statement from you. Butler said that after he picked up Perry, he drove to Wallingford. They were smoking weed. Says that you drove from Waterbury out to Meriden and picked them up. That you were in possession of this car, but you told my colleague this was your friend's car, that he had stolen it, right?
Yeah.
So I'm just trying to sort that out. Did you steal this car and were driving it around, or was it your friend that did it?
Nah, I just owned up to it.
Okay, I see. So you just, in the police interview, you said, oh, it was my car.
Yeah.
Okay, all right, well, that explains that. Okay, thank you for answering my questions, sir. That's all I have, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Sagaskas. Okay, Mr. Butler, we're going to enter into deliberation now, and we'll give you the decision shortly, okay?
All right.
Okay.
No, you can say
No,
it.
no,
Stay there.
You can, I thought I had to. I thought I had to leave and come back.
No, you can sit and listen, just don't interrupt, that's all. We're gonna talk.
All right.
so Mr. Butler rates very high for risk of recidivism. Here on a number of very serious offenses, most of them stemming from the same incident in May of 22. I do take into account his age. He's 24 today. He was, of course, younger at the time of commission of most of these offenses. He did receive 8 disciplinary reports, but it's been almost 2 years, which I think shows some growth and maturity, which is what we want to see. Same with the programs. He tried to take a couple of programs back in 2023, was kicked out from anger management and from voices for failure to comply with the rules. But he went back and completed anger management, completed Tier 2 addiction services program, and voices. So again, to me, it shows some growth, some maturity. It's not a huge difference between his end of sentence and his parole eligibility at 85%, about 4 months. He does have probation to follow. I think he could benefit from a parole supervision for about 4 months before moving to probation. So I will be prepared to support his discretionary parole today.
Yes, Mr. Chair, you know, I agree with you. I know he's rated very high, but just listening to Mr. Butler today, I hear some maturity in how he responded to some of the questions, acknowledged what he did was wrong, and, you know, gave examples of how the programs were able to help him, along with support from his sister, who is going to be his sponsor. So I do hear some growth, and yes, he did receive those 8 disciplinary reports, but I think he shaped up and was able to go back and take those programs. During the time that he got those programs was shortly after he was incarcerated. And we see that in young people, that when they do go in, that they're experiencing a lot of negativity, and along with that goes DRs. But he was able to get out of that and complete the programs. And, you know, it was very concerning because he did shoot at someone. He knew the person. But based on his maturity and growth, I would be willing to give him that 4 months to go out on discretionary parole, despite being rated high and his 2 previous failure. But today he has expressed some growth and maturity.
Thank you, Ms. Chance. Mr. Zazaska.
Thank you both for insight on this. Not easy. And I agree with what both of you have said, but for me, the nature of circumstances combined with his very high rating, risk to recidivate, I'm going to be dissenting on this. So those are my 2 concerns.
Okay. Thank you. For conditions, I have no victim, no contact with co-defendant. Do we want to do anger management?
Yes.
Anything else?
According to the police report, he was driving his car. That's part of this crime.
No driving without PO's permission was the other.
So that, anything else? The matter of Elijah Butler, inmate number 430-623, there's a motion to grant discretionary parole on or after October 3rd, 2026. Do I have, with the following conditions? All right, anger management, no operation of motor vehicle without parole officer's permission, no contact with co-defendant or Montage Perry, and no contact with victim MA. Do I have a second?
Second.
Everybody in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed?
Aye.
The motion is granted. Parole is granted. Mr. Butler, did you get all that?
Yes.
You've been granted discretionary parole by majority vote. We expect big things from you, so keep up the good work.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
I hope not to see you back here, Mr. Butler.
No, you won't.
Ms. Pickle, the hearing for Elijah Butler, 30623. You'll receive this in writing.
All right, who do you need next?
Hi, do you have, hold on one second. You have Mr. Figueroa?
Figueroa. Okay.
Yes.
Okay, so that's one of theirs.
Yes, Figueroa.
This, Debbie, no.
My name is Parole Officer Smelly. Today's Friday, April 17th, and this is a hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Parole. Following board members are present this morning by stating their names on the record, certify if they have reviewed all statutory required documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Good morning, Alex Sarkoff.
Robert Sazowskis.
Joy Chance.
Please state your name and inmate number for the record, sir.
Ramon Figueroa, 335-015.
This hearing is being conducted for and in consideration of the parole application for Raymond Figueroa, 335-015. He is serving a sentence of 6 years jail, followed by 6 years special parole for manslaughter second, assault second, severely injured with weapon, run from police, cause injury, death, and criminal possession of a pistol, revolver. As of today, records reflect the parole eligibility date of October 22nd, 2026 at 85%. There is victim input in this case. We also had Ms. De Jesus from the Office of Victim Services. There is an offender accountability plan for the offender. It has been reviewed and showed the offender has completed voices and is currently working in the clothing factory. He remains on the wait list for addiction services and vocational needs. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offender overall score falls within the moderate range of risk for recidivism. Mr. Figueroa, this is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole, sir. You may begin.
Oh, well, I want to start off by expressing my condolences to every single member of my family for the recklessness and the selfish decisions I made on the night of my uncle Miguel's untimely demise. I understand what I did was, uncharacteristic of myself. I just pray that my family forgive me or have forgiven me. Also extend my apologies to Desire Lopez. She was hurt in the car accident. Never my intent to hurt anyone. And I'm just, and I feel like, I have served my time, without any faults, no tickets, doing multiple programs as much as I can. I've been working in a clothing factory, since 2024. I had previous jobs before then. I'm utilizing myself to, to develop myself, and, speech, try to learn different grammars, different languages. I'm just trying to better myself. Even if I don't get parole, I just know I'm just trying to better myself, not only for me, because for my family, what I put my family through. And, I just feel like You know, I think I got it this time. You know, the leniency the parole have showed me in the past, you know, I took advantage of that, and I'm not trying to take advantage of this situation now. And if given the chance, you know, I could definitely show and do better.
And Mr. Figueroa?
Yes.
Well, thank you. We do have some questions for you today, and Ms.
Yes.
Chance will begin the questioning this morning.
Mr. Figueroa,
Mhm.
in your opening comments, you said you took programs. What other programs besides Voices did you take?
Well, there was a program provided in McDougal by Mrs. Porter. It was something from when I had took tier 4 in the previous bid. It was the previous incarceration. It was something like to refresh. It was a program that was enrolled with, I'm not sure the program name. It was like to reiterate something that I learned in tier 4. That was when I was incarcerated in McDougal.
Yeah, but I'm talking about this incarceration.
That's what I'm talking about. In 2023 with Miss Porter.
But you don't know what program it was?
No, it wasn't a program for me to get a certificate. It was just like, you know how like AA,
Hmm.
But I definitely I wrote in a lot of programs to be involved in. They're telling me I'm on the waiting list.
All right, Mr. Figueroa, so how many gun charges do you think you have today?
I'm 3.
Very good. So you know how serious what gun charges are doing in our community today.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, so concerning for me are those 3 that you have. The other thing is you have a drug score of 5 and you haven't completed an addiction services this bit.
I have tried. I'm on a waiting list.
Right. Now, you completed Voices earlier this year.
Yes,
What
ma'am.
insights did you gain from Voices?
Well, I gained a lot of knowledge when it comes to looking at the victim's point of view. Basically assessing the situation before interacting. To reacting. I learned there's always a reaction to every action. When it comes to the victim's feelings, voices could be raised. People could take things out of context. Choose my words wisely, and always understand that. When it comes to the victim, they understand that they are that they matter. Like what they trying to express to me matters. If it's comes to a verbal argument or or leads to a physical, just
Okay. Just sort of,
yes.
looking at your history, Mr. Figueroa, it's very concerning. I also look at the number of times that you have been out in the community and have failed. But even more importantly, you were out on special parole, okay? And one of your charges was a criminal possession, gun possession. And you were given a 4 years with 6 years special parole. And you violated that. And here you are given an even longer sentence. You're given 6 years with another 6 years special parole.
Yes, ma'am.
And that was not the first time that you violated your special parole. Because you have that first special parole running until May of next year. You
Right.
are aware of that, right?
Correct.
And you know that you could stay until you finish that time.
Up until the May,
Yeah,
didn't know that.
so it's concerning. I would like to see you complete some more programs. For example, addiction services. And I appreciate you working in the clothing factory. And you've been there since when? 2024?
2024.
Yeah. Have you ever been asked to give it up in lieu of doing a program?
No, I've never been approached with the opportunity.
But you say you're on the list for programs, but they knew you were working in the clothing factory, right?
Yes, but I can still do the programs and work if they're, maybe 2 days out the week.
So, Mr. Figueroa, you're still a young man. You're 36 years old. Where do you see yourself in the next couple of years?
Well, I definitely see myself, trying to, start my own business, but I just want to be a father of my kids and do, just be a family man, try to like build a relationship back with my mother, build a relationship back with my brothers and sisters, because
How old are your kids?
my son is 11 and my daughter is 10. They will be turning 12 and 11 this year.
You've always been their father since the day they were born.
Yes, but
So why haven't you acknowledged that before? Why is this time going to be different?
because I honestly think that being in the car accident as well was a life-changing and traumatic for me as well, and it changed a lot in my thought beliefs and like what I was taking advantage of life, taking advantage of the opportunity that was given to me, through friends, family, parole, courts, just taking advantage, not really taking responsibility for my actions, and I would just really just lost and not caring about anyone or anything. Now that I've been parenting behind the walls with no physical, haven't touched or seen my daughter, just video visits for going on 6 years, and as well as my son, just parenting through phone calls and video visits is really not enough for me. And just watching them grow to the person that they are now I feel like they need more guidance, and I know I can give that to them. I just have to, just really, really just forget about my whole past life and just focus on what I want to do now. And what I want to do now is just really be a father.
Yeah, and I just want to tell you, Mr. Figueroa, that's a really difficult sell for me, because when I read about this incident that happened quite some time ago, back in 2020, okay, it was pretty serious, and your recklessness and carelessness, resulted in an injury and a death. And I know you said, you expressed remorse for the victim. You said it was very uncharacteristic of you, but looking at your record, that doesn't sound right.
Well, I'm not a violent man. I make dumb decisions, and I definitely take things for granted. I was young. I was still young, being in and out of prison. I always feel like I have to, speed up to catch up to life, to follow the trend. I felt like I was trying to be something I wasn't, and I was always trying to catch up. And that's not me. I'm not a violent person. I don't hurt nobody. I'm just not a violent man. That's not my character. Yeah, I do dumb decisions, and I may, sell drugs and have a weapon on me, but I've never had no intentions of hurting anyone like that. I don't know. Maybe it was just the trend, that everyone was following the urban lifestyle I was living at the time.
But you know, you keep saying you were young. 6 years ago, you would have been 30.
Yes,
5 years before that, you would have been 25. You
Yes.
know, your criminal history goes back, you know, as an adult for 13 years. And your offenses gets pretty serious.
I understand.
And, you know, your first opening comments was, you know, condolences to your family for what you put them through. And then secondary was the remorse for the victim. And that was a little concerning because, you know, your first condolences should have been for the victim and the victim's family. And you indicated that you feel that you know, served your time and taken programs. So those are kind of debatable. But looking at your previous history doesn't speak well for, you know, you asking to go back out on special parole, which you were on before.
Yes, ma'am.
And that is a very tough sell for me personally.
Okay, well, the victim is my uncle. He's my relative. So I was pointing out that,
Matter.
but that's why the family, my family and his family is one and the same. So that's why I was giving remorse to my family, which is his family as well.
Right.
I wasn't trying to
But
like
then
take
you
it.
said remorse for the victim and the victim's family, and I understand, you know, that he was your uncle, which makes it even more difficult,
Yes, ma'am.
you know.
Absolutely, with that on my heart every day.
Yeah. But it is a hard sell for me today because I wish you had completed an addiction services. And I know you said you did tier 4 before on another bid, but this one, you know, it's 6 years with 6 years of special parole. I would have liked to see you do that again. And, you know, I appreciate that you've been working in the clothing factory for the past almost 2 years. So I don't have any further questions for you, but I wish you the best of luck.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Chance. Mr. Tasasas.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. So Mr. Figueroa, I just have a couple follow-up questions to my colleagues' questions. The day of the accident, you know, prior to the accident, had you used any drugs or alcohol that day?
Well, I was smoking marijuana prior to the accident. I wasn't intoxicated. I wasn't on any, you know,
Percocet?
pills,
No.
Percocets. Nah,
What about alcohol? Did you have a couple drinks or no?
no, I didn't have no drink. Probably 2 nights prior.
Okay. But you think that the marijuana might have slowed down your reaction time and maybe you could have done something different if you hadn't been using marijuana before the accident?
Could have, perhaps.
I mean, I know there's no way to know, you know, go back in time and know this for sure, but that doesn't help anything. You know what I'm saying?
Yes,
Yes. Especially driving, it kind of slows down your reaction time a little bit.
yes,
And
sir.
it sounded like that the police were trying to pull you over. So I know at first, when they first approached you, I get that part. It sounds like you didn't know what was going on. But
Yeah.
at some point, you recognize that these were police cars now behind you with the lights on, right?
Yes, I did recognize, I do acknowledge that that red and blue lights were behind me. They were undercover cars though, but I didn't
But you
see
know-
them.
But I know in the beginning, I understand your confusion in the beginning, and I've read stories like that before, I get it. But once you see the lights and everything, you kind of figured, yeah, this isn't a robbery, they're trying to stop.
Yes, sir. Again, I was scared, didn't know what to do. And my first instinct was just to get away from the whole area. And it was a selfish decision.
I don't want to use any names of any of the victims or the victims' family members or anything in our conversation, so I just want to put that out there before I start talking about this next part. I understand that your uncle passed away in the accident. There was another person in the car with the initials of MG. Is that person related to you?
MG,
Yeah,
that is my uncle.
that's your uncle, but he's the survivor.
No,
Okay, so,
DL is the survivor.
okay, and is that person related to you?
No, she was my girlfriend for,
Okay, all right, so that's, I was just trying to understand these two people and okay. So you have no more contact with, DL? Do you have any reason to have any contact with that person?
well, we had contact, but not contact to the extent of a relationship, just.
But you're still
Reach out.
friends, you're still friends with that person, DL?
Yes, we're still in good standings.
Okay, all right, so that's something I needed to know. Now, I want to know more about what the relationship is like with family members that were close with your uncle. You know? Is that still strained? Have you apologized to those people? What is that like?
Well, my mother.
Without using names, we know other people,
Okay, so my mother, we haven't spoken since the accident. I understand her grief and her hurt, but I've spoken to both of my little brothers and my older sister, spoken to my aunt, spoken to my cousins. They text me. They express their feelings about what happened. They don't fully put the blame on me, but they understand that I was the driver. They have forgiven me. My cousin and my aunt have forgiven me. My younger brother has forgiven me, but my other brother hasn't expressed that he has forgiven me, or my mom as well. My sister has.
Have you apologized to these people when you talk to them?
Yes, I definitely apologize, more than words can explain.
Okay, so that's a work in progress. The people are in different places.
Yes, they're all, yeah.
Okay. All right. What about your grandmother? Have you talked to your grandmother?
My grandmother has been deceased since '99.
Okay, so that person is okay. All right. Okay. I just wanted to understand where you're at, and you're in the process of making amends with those people that have kind of suffered because of your recklessness,
Yes, sir.
We understand, I read the police report. I understand you didn't intentionally, like you said, you're not a violent person. You weren't intentionally trying to harm someone. It was an accident, but you were behaving recklessly, which led to these charges. You know what I mean?
I take full responsibility, yeah.
And I heard that in your opening statement. I appreciate your apology, expressions of remorse. It's a tragic incident, all the way around for everybody.
Yes, sir, it is.
Okay. I just want to make sure I don't have anything else before I finish this here. So I think that's it. My colleague asked all the other questions I had. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Mr. Figueroa, just a quick question. Do you have a driver's license?
No, I do not.
Okay, so you didn't have it at the time of the offense either?
No, I had an adult learner's permit.
Okay. Okay, thank you. I think that's all the questions we have. At this point, we're going to turn it over to the Office of Victim Services. Mr. Figueroa, please don't speak during this portion, but then we'll deliberate and we'll give you the decision, okay?
Yes, sir.
Ms. De Jesus.
Yes, good morning,
What
board
is-
members. I do have a statement. I spoke with victim DL, and the following was relayed to me, quote, "I feel like he did the time. I don't feel he should be in there any longer. It was a car accident. Accidents are called accidents because they weren't done on purpose," end quote. Thank you, board members.
Thank you very much. Okay, at this point, we'll enter our deliberations. Ms. Chance, few possibilities here.
Okay. So, for me, Mr. Figueroa was on special parole when he committed the crime offense. He's had 3 gun charges. He has had 7 previous opportunities in the community. Well, he had 9, he failed 7 of them. And yes, we're all acknowledging it was an accident. But for me, again, he should not have been in that position where he was in possession of another gun. I would have liked to see him complete an addiction services program, which he has not done. He has been working in the clothing factory. And while I hear Mr. Figueroa saying today he's expressed remorse for his family and remorse for the victim and the victim's family, of which he's part of that family, and feel that he served his time, similar to what was said here. But for me, based on his criminal history with his gun charges, the fact that he was on special parole, he had a 6-year special parole, which does not end until May of 2027, and his poor performance while on community release, relating to his 7 previous failure and inadequate institution program participation because he did not do addiction services and he has a drug score of 5. I am not in favor. And for me, I would want to see Mr. Figueroa complete his first special parole, which ends May 14th, 2027.
Give us a chance. Mr. Savaskas.
Okay, thank you. So, I agree with everything that Ms. Chance said. And I do want to acknowledge that Mr. Figueroa sounds pretty good today. And he was, expressed remorse and he said some good things. I am really troubled by the fact that he is a 5. His drug and alcohol score 5. It's the highest. He has not completed substance abuse program. In addition, he says that he was using marijuana before the accident at some point that day. Whether or not it contributed to the accident, I don't think we really can figure that out right now. I mean, but he does acknowledge that at some point earlier in the day he was using marijuana. It's not done well in supervision in the past. I mean, so as far as suitability for discretionary parole, I do not find him suitable for discretionary parole. So now we're left with this decision. Does he go out on his parole eligibility day in October, or should he stay? He's probably going to need 3 or 4. Should he stay until the end of his special parole that was previously running in May, until May of 27, and then go out at that point with a fresh start? There's only 1 special programming, everything else being completed, and go back to his life. One thing I wanted to mention too is when he gave his opening statement, I thought it was good that he had said, I'm just trying to do better for myself. And he said, regardless, if I get parole, don't get parole, I want to be, you want to be a better person and not continue in this kind of behavior. He wants to turn his life around for his children. So I do want to acknowledge that he did say some good things, but based on his previous history on special parole, the fact that he was on special parole when this happened, I'm going to be with his chance on this. And for me, I would have him released on May 14th, 2027. That's the date that I have written down here.
It's the same date I gave. Yeah.
Thank you. So I do agree with both of you. It's certainly denial today based on everything that we've heard. I do want to acknowledge the positives here, right?
Yeah.
He has been working consistently. He's completed
Right.
voices. There's only 1 ticket since 2021. The record is just so concerning, and like went to take addiction services program too. So I'm with you. It's going to be a denial, and we'll have him released the end of this special parole on May 14th, 2027. Can we talk about the reasons for denial?
So I had nature and circumstances, current offense committed while on special parole, and poor performance on community release. And we can add inadequate institution program participation. Those are the 4 that I had.
Okay, so we want to do both, the current offense committed while on parole and poor performance while on community supervision?
I think we can, I mean,
Or do you want to pick one?
I think the special pro is a bigger concern. They're both concerning to me.
They're both concerning. And
I swear, you know how long I've been doing this list?
Tim or Chance, really, for me, it's up to what you think, because you're gonna be,
the poor performance, its previous 7 failures was also concerning because,
okay,
That's with both.
yeah.
yeah.
Fine.
Because they're two, you know,
Yeah, it's 2 different things, yeah,
Yeah.
in this situation. It's,
right,
You know,
it is.
Yeah.
Okay. And can we talk about conditions for the special parole?
So I had no contact with the victim without PO's permission.
it's DL, right?
EL,
Yeah.
yeah. And then no consumption of alcohol. I wasn't sure about his driver's license.
Yeah, I don't think he should be driving regardless.
So I said no driving without PO's permission.
You know, when I looked online, there was a person listed as a surviving victim of MG. That person's initials were CG, victim tab. So I don't know. We didn't hear from that person today. But, and I'm assuming it's one of his family members.
Right, and they chose not to come forward. I think I read
So
it
do you think
somewhere.
that we need to add that CG, or just, we could just leave it just with the person from the DL? I mean, he's in the process of, you know, we could probably just leave it with DL.
I would just leave it as it is, and if anything, the parole officer will come back, if anything.
The only other thing that I wanted to just talk about was, a halfway house. I know he has a sponsor now, but we're talking about almost a year from now, over a year from now.
That's just in case.
Yeah, I mean, we don't know if that person, right? It's gonna be,
Well, you know, he's gonna have a parole officer. And I mean, we can add it, but for me, because he has a special parole officer, they would want to come and see him and determine, you know, whether he goes back to his sponsor or whether he needs to go to a halfway house. And if he doesn't have one, then they would add it.
so we don't need, you don't think we need to do it now? Probably not. It's fine with me either way. I'm just thinking of saving us a case review later.
Well, either way, there will be a case review, because if we put it on and they don't need it, we have to remove it. And if he needs it, it's still a case review.
Okay, let's leave it off for now then.
Yeah, it's fine.
All right. We're ready for the motion then?
Yeah,
In the matter of Ramon Figueroa, inmate number 335-015, there's a motion to deny discretionary parole at this time and sanction him further on the running special parole through the end of that special parole till May 14th, 2027. Do I have a second?
needed to have reasons.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's okay.
The denial reasons are a nature and circumstances of the offense, current offense committed while on special parole, poor performance while in community supervision, and inadequate institutional program participation. Do I have a second?
Second.
Everyone in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The ayes have it. The discretionary parole is denied. I further move to set special parole conditions, which is 6-year special parole following his sentence. No consumption of alcohol, no operation of motor vehicle without permission of a parole officer, no contact with victim DL without PO's permission.
And, there was a hearing where.
Did I miss anything?
No, that's it.
No.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't think we need to make a motion. That's just to set it right.
Okay, Mr. Figueroa, we cannot give you discretionary parole. I hope you're able to understand that, given your record and the nature of these offenses. But wish you luck.
All right, but you said something about the previous special parole overlapping this current incarceration.
Yeah, so you will go at the end of your special parole, May, and then you have 6 years of special parole in the community.
But when did I violate special parole?
When you committed this new offense.
That was on regular parole. Special parole condition didn't start until after I maxed out of regular parole, because I caught this offense on regular parole. Then I maxed out to make bond to special parole. Never violated special parole.
Yeah, but your special parole is running until May of 27.
Exactly, my point exactly. When I caught the offense was on regular parole. Then I served 7 months in prison to max out the regular parole to make bond to special parole. Then the manslaughter warrant came about.
Since you've got special parole.
You were discharged with special parole in 2021, and then in May, and then in August, you returned with new charges. So you were on special parole.
Yeah, but you're violating me for something I've not been convicted of. I didn't get convicted on charges. The charges were dropped because they wasn't found on me. I had a warrant, so they arrested me. So
You're still
my
on
thing was-
special parole. So
I
let me just
understand.
explain it. Yeah, so we are just gonna, we, as part of this hearing, we are revocating that special parole, and you're gonna stay until the end of that and then go out with a clean slate, just with one. So the old case will be all over with, and then you'll start in May. That was our decision.
I'm saying, I understand your decision, but you based on the decision, you based your decision on the fact that I violated special parole. When I was on regular parole when the offense happened, so therefore I didn't violate special parole conditions.
Yeah, it wasn't just that. I think we articulated, it was a couple of things, the nature and circumstances of what happened. Your poor performance in the past on community release is a big factor in this, as like
Of
my
course.
colleague said. Yeah.
No, I understand that part,
So
but
it's not just,
He did
But I'm
not
saying-
complete
if I max
program.
out this 6 years in February, you're gonna hold me until May, 3 months extra because I didn't violate special parole conditions. That's my whole thing. If I max this bit out in February, why am I not allowed to leave in February?
because that's what we have decided today. Yeah. Based on all of the facts, all of the facts.
But the fact did not, you got the paperwork in front of you explaining the facts. I did not violate special parole conditions because I wasn't on special parole when the incident happened.
It's not just one thing, sir. It's the totality of circumstances. It's everything that we've talked about and considered.
So you're holding me accountable for something that I was not on special parole conditions for. That's what I'm trying to elaborate.
We're holding you accountable because you've had special parole running. So that's our decision, sir.
Yeah, special parole.
And
running
it's
through the shop.
basically for the nature and circumstances of the offense that you committed and your past failures and the fact that you were not able to complete programs on your OAP.
That doesn't mean just because they didn't hit me up saying they wanted to do that does not mean I didn't want to do the program. That's the DOC facility. I haven't caught any tickets. I'm not a violent person, but I understand why you deny me. That's cool. I understand that. I'm going to take that. But you deny me to only the February. You deny me a 3 months extra, meaning I have to do another bit on top of that when I didn't violate that special parole conditions. You're making you're assuming that I violated special parole due to my past, that I wasn't on special parole conditions when the incident occurred.
I understand what you're saying. That is our decision. So
The decision is correct.
that's our unanimous decision. Thank you.
Bullshit.
This concludes the hearing for Raymond Figueroa, 335-015.
All right, do you need anybody specific?
Yes, well, Bose,
Oh,
B-O-S-E, Boss.
Oh, he's not here yet.
Okay, can you call them down? We're gonna take a couple of minutes, but you can call them in the meantime.
Okay.
Thank you.
Do you go with somebody else or no?
No, how many minutes?
I just need somebody to fill out this form.
Oh, okay. So you can call them down. How long do you think it'll take? Maybe,
About 15 minutes at least.
oh no, so we'll,
Take whoever's next.
yeah, so can you bring in Chambers next?
Okay, Chambers,
Next.
Chambers.
Hi, Mr. Chambers, how are you?
And how are you?
We're about to begin, okay?
Good.
Search here, ready to go?
Yep.
Good morning, my name is Parole Officer Smelly. Today's Friday, April 17, 2026, and this is the hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Parole. Following board members are present this morning and by state their names on the record, certify they have reviewed all statutorily required documents, available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Good morning, Alex Starkov.
Robert Sazowskis.
Joy Chance,
Please state your name and inmate number for the record, sir.
William Chambers, 511-021.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for William Chambers for 1101021. He is serving a sentence of 15 years jail, execution suspended after 7 years jail, followed by 5 years probation for possession with intent to sell dispense narcotics, 2 counts of violation of probation with underlying 2 counts of underlying burglary second. As of today, records reflect the parole eligibility date of October 7, 2026 at 50%. There is no victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan. It has been reviewed and shows the offender has completed embracing fatherhood and remains on the wait list for a job, addiction services, education, and vocational needs. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offender overall score falls within the high range of risk for recidivism. Mr. Chambers, this is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin, sir.
Thank you. I want to say I appreciate given this opportunity to present myself for parole. I want to start by saying that I take full responsibility for my actions and the things I was doing when I was out there in society. I realized while being incarcerated that I harmed the community and myself and my family. I want to also say that I learned while being incarcerated the skills and the right knowledge I need for my programs. It helped me be more responsible as a person, and gave me structure that I need for within myself. And that's all I have to say right now.
Thank you, Mr. Chambers, for your opening statement. We do have some questions for you, and we'll deliberate and we'll give you our decision right then. Okay?
Yes.
Mr. Sadowskis will start us with questioning today.
Okay, Mr. Chambers, thank you for your opening statement and taking responsibility. And it seems like you understand the harm that you caused in the community and to yourself and even your own family. You have a 5-year-old daughter, is that right?
Yes.
Yeah, so she's one of the victims of this because now you're not able to be there with her, right?
Yes.
Why were you selling drugs when you were already on probation?
To be honest, I just feel like I made a poor decision. I was struggling at the time. I didn't have no support. I was just in the streets, so I made a bad decision, and I just thought doing what I was doing was good because I was providing for the meanwhile, and I didn't look at the bad of it.
So we all have struggles and difficult times throughout our lives, right? So what are you going to do the next time that you run into some problems and stress or financial problems? How are you going to handle it so you don't go back to jail?
Well, I want to say I learned a lot within myself, so I have a better idea now of what I need to do. Decision making and choice making. I know that if I mess up or do anything negative, it's just gonna lead me back into the same predicament I'm in right now. And I don't want that. I just want to be positive and do positive things.
Like you've had 6 disciplinary reports since you've been incarcerated. See how long it's been. So October was the last one for out of place. Why have you had trouble with the rules?
I want to say when I was going through a lot. I was having frustrations. I was stressed, thinking of stuff that was going on the outside about my daughter, and just hearing about the struggles and stuff. It kind of had me a little overwhelmed, but I figured out how to get myself together and try not to worry about the outside and think about things that'll keep me on a straight and narrow path. I was just making a wrong decision, trying to do stuff for myself and not thinking about the rules and regulations at that time.
Yeah, I mean, the violations, the tickets are like out of place. They're simple things. It's not, there's no fighting here, any kind of like violence or assaults.
Yeah.
How have you managed over the last 6 months to be able to follow all the rules? Have you changed, or what happened that you're able, all of a sudden now you haven't had any trouble?
Like I said, it's just having structure within myself. Like I know what I want to do, and I know what I need to do. So I just was able to keep a clear mind, stay positive, be around positive peers, and get help from the programs that I was going to, and help me guide me into the right direction I needed to be in.
Okay. One of the things that I was just a little concerned about that I wanted to talk to you about was that you have an addiction services program on your list of programs. Looks like you're on the waiting list for that. But I do see that you're attending NA meetings. Is that right?
Yes.
How often does that take place?
Excuse me, I couldn't hear you.
How often do the meetings take place?
It's every Monday around 6:30 p.m.
What are you learning when you go there to the meetings?
Pretty much I'm learning from I'm hearing other people's stories and how they had their own struggles and with drugs and their decision making, and I'm taking from that and just looking at it as if I was in their position and what would I do? Like I'm asking myself, what would I do if that happened to me? But since I've been there, it has helped me stay positive, just being around positive people, just hearing other people's stories. It just kept me thinking positive.
Okay. Do you have plans to keep doing that when you get out?
Sorry, I couldn't hear you.
Do you have plans to keep going to NA meetings when you get out?
Yes.
Do you know where the meetings are? Do you know where the meetings are at, where you want to go to?
Yes. It's one station in Waterbury. It's a couple stations in different towns, Hartford, Waterbury. But the one in Waterbury is stationed downtown.
Okay.
It's a C-card program. It's called a C-card.
Right. So C-card is different than NA a little bit, but it still could be helpful to you. You know, have you contacted C-card since you've been in?
Yes. I have my family members contact them, and I have a card, and I have a brochure of you know, where they're located and when their programs, when I can attend their programs, what hours and days.
So you have all the information, okay. Now, something else I noticed is that I see some certificates for reentry life skills courses.
Yes.
Did you do those through the mail? How did you do those programs?
So like you said, I was having a hard time. I don't understand why still to this day, but I was writing multiple requests and they kept telling me I was on the waiting list for tier 2 program. And when they told me that, I was trying to find other programs I can attend. So that's why I was able to get an NA. But the life skills program, I had went out my way and I had got that program through somebody else that I knew. And they told me to reach out to my people, and I had my people contact them, and they sent me a program, a booklet of basically a program.
So there was 2 different ones I saw, substance abuse and another one about employment. You completed both of those in 2025. What the substance abuse one is the one that I want to know about a little bit more. What did you learn from that?
Well, it asked me multiple questions that had to do with the mind. It gave me what I got from it. It gave me like just looking from other people's perspective, like on who's going through drug problems, and me even being a person selling drugs, contributing to selling drugs on the streets, asking me what led me to the decisions, and it asked me what will I get out of this making these decisions.
You haven't done well on supervision in the past, on probation and so forth. Why will this time be different?
I couldn't hear you.
Okay. You haven't done well on probation and supervision in the past when you're out in the community. Why is this going to be different this time?
This time is going to be different because I have a good support system. I have, since I've been here, I have been studying for trades. I see myself doing a couple trades. I actually did barbering school while I was here. I did 40 hours worth of barbering school. I attended. I see myself doing welding, going for a welding trade. I have support from my father who does real estate. I've been thinking about taking that opportunity to learn that, and you know, I just focus, like I just want better. So doing all that, studying all that stuff, it just has me like focused and ready to just do what I have to do.
Okay, just a couple more questions. I see your sponsor, you put down a name on here, Queen Thompson. Is that person related to Devondre Thompson?
No, her last name is Queen Robinson.
Oh, Robinson?
Yeah.
Okay, all right, I wrote it down wrong. I got the 2 names mixed up. Okay. Do you have any more, do you need to have contact with Devondre Thompson for any reason?
No.
Okay. All right. So it sounds like you want to live with your sponsor, and you have your father's support, but he lives out of state, right?
Yes.
You stay in touch with him?
Yes, I stay in touch with him all the time. Even when he's out of state, you know, he comes and checks on me when I need to be checked on, and we speak a lot frequently through the phone.
Those are all the questions I have, sir. Thank you for answering them. Let's see what my colleagues have to say, and then we'll go from there.
Thank you. Ms. Chance, do you have any questions?
No, what was concerning to me, Mr. Chambers, is despite the DRs being simple DRs, they were a lack of not obeying orders. And I'm wondering how you are going to, and I asked that because I looked at your probation record. And part of the problem that you have is not abiding by probation. There are many times when you didn't report to probation. So those were concerning facts for me.
Can I ask you a question?
Sure.
You said that there's plenty of times that I didn't report to probation. I don't recall none of that. I don't recall that. Only one incident, that one time when I went to court in New Britain and I misunderstood what they had told me. I was supposed to report to probation at court in New Britain, and I didn't know that. I thought I had to report to probation in Waterbury. So it kind of.
I'll give you some dates, Mr. Chambers. November 30, 2021, December 3rd, 2021, December 13, 2021, December 27, 2021, January 13, 2022. And probation has to keep record, because if you're on their schedule to check in, and I believe at one time they considered you an absconder. So that was concerning to me by seeing that you had those 6 tickets and it all had to do with not obeying.
I understand what you're saying, but I have a different mindset. I was young at that time. I didn't want to abide by the rules. I'm gonna be honest. I thought me doing what I wanted to do, like it was just I was at a point in time I didn't care. Now that I'm here and I learned a lot that I know now, I just look at things differently. Like I want to be on time. I want to do everything I'm supposed to do. I want to get a job. I want to just stay productive and do the right thing.
I also read that at one time, you were in a treatment program, but they discharged you because you were paying full-time employment. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Were you were employed at Bazooda, so what happened?
At that time, I didn't have a car, so I struggled with being attendance. I mean, that's not an excuse. I still made my way there, but I was just always late. And it's not that I never came in, I was just always late. So I would get basically tardy checked for that.
So how are you gonna correct that when you go back out in the community and has a job?
I'm gonna make sure my timing is on point. Whatever I have to do, if I don't get a ride, whether I don't get a ride from somebody that I know, I'm just gonna make sure I learn the bus schedule, make sure I get on to the bus, wait for the bus on time, get to work earlier than expected, an hour earlier, even if I, have to, like.
So you want to go to Waterbury.
Yes.
So there are buses and there are trains, so you have no excuse.
Yes, you're right.
And I know you said you wanted to participate in CCAR, but CCAR will help you in learning how to live in a sober community,
Right.
okay? But your drug score is a 3. I know at one time they were treating you for alcohol and drug dependency. So I hope you will connect with them so
Yeah.
that they can offer you some assistance.
Yes.
You also indicated, I read somewhere, did you say at one time you wanted to start your own rental business?
Yes, I wanted to start my own rental business. I was always like into cars, so I just thought of that being incarcerated here this time, and I studied on it, read books on it, so I think about pursuing that when I get out.
But yeah, but that's kind of a long way off. And you say you want to participate in raising your daughter.
Right.
You mentioned to my colleague that you want to do welding or barbering. So you're now, what, 29 years old. So there are times when we love to do things, but at that time it may not be practical. So I'm hoping that you're going to choose a job that will provide you with the financial means that you need so that you don't go back to selling drugs.
Yes. I want to say that right there is just long term, like
Yeah.
when I work my job and I eventually can get up there, go to school, you know what I'm saying, and make enough money to invest into that. You know what I'm
Okay.
saying?
All right. Well, I appreciate you answering my questions and thank you for sharing. So,
Give a chance. Okay, Mr. Chambers, we're going to discuss your case now and we'll give you the decision shortly. Mr. Zaskis.
Thank you. So Mr. Chambers is here for this possession of narcotics with intent to sell and a violation of probation. His underlying offenses are burglary second. It looks like those were related to breaking into cars, if I'm not mistaken. Homes and vehicles.
Homes and vehicles, yeah.
Right. He rates high for risk to recidivate. When I look at his criminal history and his DRs, what I don't see is violence anywhere.
Right.
And Mr. Chambers was not able to get into addiction services programs, but he wanted to try to make himself better. So he found a way to get himself into the NA program and goes there every Monday. In addition to that, he reached out to friends and family and got himself into some correspondence courses. So he does show some initiative to try to find ways to do better for himself, He is rated at a 3, but like I said, he's in NA and he completed this life skills course in substance abuse, also did one in employment, talks about his short-term, long-term goals. And sounds like he has some support in the family from his friend who's willing to sponsor him, and also his father, who he speaks to on the phone. He has a child, he wants to be back involved in the child's life, and he went and completed a fatherhood program that seems appropriate for that. I don't like the disciplinary reports at all, but I did go through them all. And it's stuff like he said, out of place and these kinds of things that, rule violations that he shouldn't have gotten. And he says that he's now figured it out. He has gone for a little stretch here without any problems. So based on everything I'm reading here today, I would be in support of granting his discretionary parole. That's where I'm at.
Ms. Chance?
I agree with everything you said. And I'm also in favor.
Okay, thank you.
And I do too. He sounds positive today. Sounds like he has some plans when he's released. His father offers some structure and guidance and employment in the letter that he sent to us. I would be in favor too. What do you have for conditions?
Okay. So I had no contact with the co-defendant. Says that he has no reason to be in touch with this person anymore. The only other thing that I have is no operation of a motor vehicle, but we really didn't ask him what his status of his license. He was driving around selling drugs at the time. Let me just ask her, Mr. Chambers, what's going on with your driver's license right now?
I set a appointment up to get my driver's license. At that time, I was working, and I had put it on the wrong day of when I was attending my job.
You have no driver's license right now, as of right now?
No.
Okay. Yeah, and he was driving around selling drugs, so no operation of motor vehicle without the field permission, and then the code offender, that's all I have.
That's all I have.
You don't need a halfway house, right?
Oh,
Okay, that's what I have to. Yep.
Okay,
Oh, okay.
okay, thank you for that.
She never.
Okay, I think we're all set. In the matter of William Chambers, inmate number 411021, there's a motion to grant discretionary parole on or after October 6, 2026.
I think it might be October 7th.
Is it 7?
And 7.
Sorry about October 7th, 2026. With the following conditions: halfway house placement, no operation of motor vehicle without PO's permission, and no contact with co-defendant Devondre. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? The ayes have it. The parole is granted.
Good luck, sir.
The Chambers, did you get all that?
Yes, thank you. I appreciate you.
All right.
This concludes the hearing for William Chambers 411021. You've received all this in writing, Mr. Chambers. Good luck to you. You're all set. You can go. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Parole Officer Smelly. Today's Friday, April 17th, 2026, and this is the hearing of Connecticut Board of Pardons and Parole. The following board members are present this afternoon and by stating their names on the record, certify they have reviewed all statutorily required documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Good afternoon, Alex Starkov.
Robert Sazowskis.
Joy Chance.
Please state your name and inmate number for the record, sir.
Ricardo Roman, 37-20-26.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Ricardo Roman, 372026. He is serving a sentence of 20 years jail, 10 years mandatory minimum, followed by 5 years special parole for illegal sexual contact with a victim under the age of 16. Sex 1, victim under 13 years old. Sex 1, use of threat or force. As of today, records reflect a parole eligibility date of October 26, 2026 at 85%. There is no victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan. It has been reviewed and showed the offender has completed short track sex treatment program thresholds. He is currently participating in Second Chance Pell and remains on the wait list for addiction services, voices, and the job. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offender overall score falls within the low range of recidivism. Utilizing the static 99R, the offender overall score for sexual offense recidivism fall within the low static 99 range. Mr. Roman, this is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin, sir.
Thank you, parole board, for seeing me. First of all, I would like to take accountability for behaviors that accumulated, which led me to this point of my life. Although I don't agree nor accept certain claims of the case in question, I do accept my role or lack or poor use of judgment and irresponsible behaviors. I say this reluctantly, knowing it could harm my chance of being paroled, but I'm not here to open no wounds. Believing these proceedings are to determine whether I'm a threat to society or not. I plead the latter, and please keep in mind, this being my first time in prison, that I'm somewhat naive to the proceedings and incarceration in general. I've missed many of birthdays, graduations, holidays, and other special occasions, moments that can't be retrieved. Knowing the value of those memories, I yearn to experience those days again. I'm not a lifetime criminal. What occurred was an aberration or anomaly of judgment, not at all habitual, an isolated exception of the norm of my previous everyday life. A life consisting of work, leisure time, paying taxes, and doing the best I could given circumstances to provide and take care of my family that I love very much, and sorrowful for cutting those moments short and would love the opportunity to provide again. Currently, I have a daughter suffering with mental health issues, another with a learning disability who could use my support emotionally, physically, and to say the least, financially. Any loving parent can relate to worrying, knowing, not knowing the maladies of day-to-day life could bring to our children. The unbearable guilt of not being able to deter terrorist problems with just my presence or counsel. My mother is elderly and can also benefit from my attendance. My remaining time with her is limited. There are plans in motion with my support system to have gainful employment and eventually be able to venture out on my own. I intend to spend the rest of my life helping, supporting my children, grandchildren, and family in any way I can in order to make amends and for lost time. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for that opening statement. Is that Roman or Roman? How do you pronounce your last name?
You could say Roman, but Roman to make it easier for the sake of pronunciation.
Okay. Thank you. All right, so what's going to happen, we're going to ask you a few questions.
Okay.
Then we're going to deliberate about your case and we're going to give you a decision right there, okay?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Sadaskas is going to take the lead on questioning today.
Hi, good afternoon, sir. So I appreciate your opening statement, and I kind of got a gist of where you're at as far as taking responsibility, but we'll go through the questions and then we'll see where we go from there, okay? In the documents I read, it sounds like you said that you let this happen 2 times, but when I read all the official reports, it looks like you sexually assaulted the victim over a course of many years, according to what I read. Go ahead.
Correct. That's incorrect. I've never coerced or manipulated or forced anyone into anything. And it was initiated by the other party. And again, I'm not trying to open old wounds, and I understand their position and I understand your position.
Yeah, we have to ask the
That's
questions.
just not me.
Yeah, I understand. We have to ask the questions and we'll get through this together and we'll go down the line. I mean, this is what we do at the hearing. We ask questions about what happened and then I'll go into stuff about how you think you've changed after that, okay?
Okay.
So let me say this, let's not use any names, but how old do you think the victim was when this happened?
Around 12, I believe.
Okay. Do you think that a 12-year-old has the ability to give consent for this kind of activity?
It wasn't consent, it was initiated. Yes,
No, but
I
you think they do?
yes.
Okay. Was alcohol ever involved in any of this before these assaults took place? Were you drinking?
There have been times that I was drinking, but I can't recall whether, no, I can't say whether when anything was happening or happened, whether I was drinking or not. I can't say for certain. There are days that I drink, and there's days that I didn't.
You said you did in your opening statement acknowledge that you've made some bad decision making. I guess the way had poor judgment. How about that? You said you had poor judgment.
Yes.
Do you think alcohol played a role in your poor judgment? Let me say it that way. This is a long time ago, but
right? I really can't, I wouldn't say for certain. I don't think so.
Okay. Do you think that some of what happened to the victim was their fault?
No, I would have to say that, some things are either inherently, it was my position to coach or to not, allow certain behaviors to progress or to excel.
So I'm gonna summarize that. So what you're saying is that, you're saying that you, as the older person, it was your job to not let it get as far as it went.
It was my job to, right, not let it, not to encourage or to allow, which nothing finished, it was initiated and stopped. But it shouldn't even came to that.
Okay, well, thank you for that. All right, let's move on to what you learned in the sex offender program. You completed that while you're incarcerated, right?
Right.
Can you talk about some of the techniques or tools, things that you learned there that you could use when you get out so that you don't have any other problems?
I gotta be honest, it's enough not to want to come back here for certain. I don't believe I have a problem. I don't. I'm not. It's nothing that I desire or, as I said, habitual. I certainly won't be able to put myself in a position where something like that could occur.
Do you think that there's anything specific that you learned in that program, though, that helped you?
I could see how the victim may have felt or what they have gone through, things like that, of that nature. So it's disheartening, to say the least, and no one should have to go through that.
What do you think? What kinds of things do you think that the victim may have experienced after this happened?
The shame, anger, and we're talking about the program, right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Yep.
So
What are the kinds of things that you learned in the program about what
Yeah.
victims might experience? Yeah.
shame and anger and regret.
Yeah.
Fear.
Okay. How do you think you've changed the most since you've been in prison all this time?
Well, I gotta say that I know what I don't want to be. So for whatever that's worth, and I do appreciate the Pell program and the vocational study that I took here. I was able to better myself that way, and hopefully I can use that in the world when I get out. And And it was definitely a humbling experience.
It looks like you have an addiction services program on your list of programs right now, and you're on the wait list for that. Have they ever said anything to you about doing that program?
No, they haven't. I know I wasn't even aware that I was on the list at one point. I was made aware during the interview, and I haven't heard anything. I wrote, and I guess they said that I'm on the list. But I don't foresee that being I'm not the type of guy that wakes up in the morning with a drink in his hand. It was more of a social thing, so I don't have an issue with drugs or alcohol.
The records that I wrote, it said that in the past you had a problem with alcohol.
My father,
Did you go to, you went to AA in the past?
I have, because of a DUI.
So what, do you have any kind of plan to like maintain your sobriety when you get out? Have you thought about that so you don't fall into any kind of, traps with alcohol or anything?
My social life will be practically nil. So and I have no intention of resuming that type of life anyway. I just want to work, be able to put some money away and be able to help my kids out as much as I can. Hopefully I can leave them something before I go.
Your eligibility is in October and your end of sentence is in May. So, you're getting out soon. All right, so what happens? You have 5 years of special parole, it looks like, to follow.
Right.
Okay. And you received one disciplinary report, but it was long ago, like 10 years ago.
Correct.
Okay. I read that you want to go to a halfway house, and it looks like you have a couple job offers, but I didn't see any letters attached in here in the files about a job. Can you talk about your plans for employment?
I have a couple of friends out there with, I work in construction, I'm an electrician, so I have a couple of friends that, and a good networking system through them to in order to provide me work. And the plans are to eventually build my capital up to venture out on my own.
So your long-term plan is to have your own construction business?
Yeah, home improvement or involving I'm artistic, so including my artwork.
Okay. Okay, is there anything else that you wanted to add before I finish my questions?
The end of May or the middle of May, I have my associates
Okay,
in
good.
business. So June being the graduation ceremony.
For you. What college is that, sir?
The Pell program here, the Asnatuck.
Asnatuck, okay. Okay. All right. Just taking a quick look at something here. Okay. All right. Those are all the questions I have. I'm going to see what my colleagues have to say, and then we'll go from there. Okay, sir? Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you. So that's
Thank you.
Chance, do you have any questions?
Yep. Mr. Roman, did you take your case to trial?
Yes,
What happened?
Found guilty.
So I wanted to ask you just so that you could be a little bit clearer. You said you didn't accept responsibility for everything that happened. So could you be a little bit more specific?
I was referring to my behavior, to the things that I'm maybe guilty of as far as that goes. But
How old were you?
I don't know. I don't remember. I don't know.
How old were you at the time?
In my 30s, I think.
Okay. So you were in your 30s and you were dealing with someone that was 12 years old.
Say that again?
You were in your 30s
Yes.
and you were talking about a 12-year-old who you indicated initiated the contact.
Right.
So I also read where you said, I allowed it to happen
No,
on 2
that's,
occasions.
I don't, no, that's misconstrued. I didn't allow anything. I wasn't, and as I was trying to explain to the interviewer, she called it fluff. I assumed she figured that I was lying or whatever, and I didn't want to get into an argument.
She wrote what you said, so let me finish. I allowed it to happen on 2 occasions due to the child going through puberty and masturbation frequently.
That's correct.
And you also said
Not to call her lying.
the child's mother was cheating on you and that the child, you know, it was offered to you by the victim who was the 12-year-old child.
Correct.
I just want to say to you that, Mr. Roman, a 12-year-old cannot give consent. A 30-plus-year-old person should be the one in control,
Exactly
put
right.
a stop to it and say no, and then have a conversation with the mother, but you didn't do any of that.
We had the conversation.
And I am truly concerned about the fact that, you know, you say you accept, you take accountability for your role, but you don't accept everything that happened. And I find that concerning. You took your case to trial because you did not agree with some of the facts, but the jury found you guilty.
Mm-hmm.
So because you were found guilty is the reason why you were given the 20-year sentence followed by 5 years of special parole.
The narrative was untruthful, it was embellished, and I had an issue with the narrative of what happened, yes. So.
And I didn't hear much of any insights that you gained from the short-term program that you did. So that was also concerning to me. But you do know that if and when you go back in the community, that you're going to have to take a sex offender treatment program. You do understand that?
If I have to, yeah.
Okay. So anyway, I don't have any further questions. I think my colleague pretty much asked you all the questions. So thank you for answering.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I'm all done.
Thank you. If you have any questions, though, at this point, we'll go on to enter into deliberation and we'll give you a decision shortly, okay?
Okay.
Mr. Sadaskas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So Mr. Roman is here for these concerning sexual assault charges that we spoke to him about. But again, lengthy sentence, 20 years for 5 years of special parole after he took this to trial. was found guilty. He rates low on, the evaluations, the risk evaluations, both for sex offender and his overall risk. It's like, for my records. Doesn't have much of a criminal history. Here. He has completed a sex offender program, although when we spoke to him about it, he really couldn't tell us much about what he learned. Some other things. You know, my biggest concern, I think, which, you know, I'm gonna hear from my colleagues before we finish this, but was, you know, not so much of, you know, just like taking blame, but just understanding that 12-year-old cannot initiate these kinds of things.
Gotcha.
And he still seems to think that that was okay. That she did it, and it said she did it, then that was okay.
It was on her.
He did at one point acknowledge that I understand that I was, you know, person that should have stopped it. There was a little bit there later, you know, but it is very concerning that after all of these years, we're not hearing, you know, more insight into that. Did talk about the harm that could have been caused to the victim from things that he learned from the program. But one of the things I was concerned about is addiction services. He wasn't certain if alcohol played a role in it, couldn't really say one way or another. And he has an addiction services care program that he has not completed. And it's been many years, so I don't understand why he wouldn't be able to somehow get something done. He says that he doesn't think that's gonna be a problem for him when he gets out. Records indicate that in the past, he didn't have a problem with alcohol. You know, it's just really concerning, some of the facts of this. So I'd like to hear some input from my colleagues, and then maybe we can come to some decision together on how to proceed.
Thank you, Ms. Jones.
So for me, very concerning, Mr. Roman's opening comment. You know, he took accountability for his role, but he never explained what his role was. But that he did not accept responsibility for everything that happened. He did say he used poor judgment, but didn't say what the poor judgment was about. And he indicated that the victim was the one that initiated it, but that he stopped it. Okay. When I asked, you know, the age, he was 12, said, and he was 30 plus. And I couldn't figure out, but I wanted to hear from him. I don't think he has a clear understanding that a 12-year-old cannot give consent. He did complete the short-term sex offender program, but did not appear to have benefited from it. From what I heard him say, he felt that parole officer misunderstood what he said, but in quotes, it said, I allowed it to happen on 2 occasions and explained why he did. But that he also added that it was due to the mother cheating on him. And said it was the child who offered herself to him. All very concerning. So today, I don't find Mr. Roman suitable for discretionary parole. I have him denied and to set in special parole conditions.
Thank you. I'm in the same place. I really was hoping for
Yeah.
greater level of insight, you know, after all this time.
Yeah.
I understand that he denies committing this offense, or at least most of what I've heard from what I gather. But there's just such a huge divide between what we read, official documents, and what we hear from him. You know, according to my records, whatever, the victim was between 5 and 11 years old.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, and I asked his age, and he said 12.
right.
So,
Right.
I mean, and it does like he admits to some things, but even what he admits to, he kind of makes an excuse that she was going to initiate.
Right. So perhaps he can gain greater understanding of what occurred and great insight from sexual behavior in the community that he'll have to do on special parole. So I'll be in denial today also. Let's talk about the reasons for denial.
I did nature, inadequate evidence of offender change, and, he didn't have a proper release plan.
Well, the addiction services
And then,
program.
yeah, inadequate program participation.
That became the program, I was thinking evidence of offender change and adequate program participation in nature and circumstances. Those three of
Oh, you want to add inadequate?
Inadequate
Okay.
program participation instead of release plan.
addiction services.
No, it would be 4.
You sure you want to keep it release plan? Okay.
Nature, inadequate program, inadequate evidence, and inadequate release plan, because he did take the most important program,
Yep.
which is the short term, but did not appear to have benefited from it.
They didn't have his release plan as inadequate completely, there were some things, What do you think?
So I did not have a release plan, but
We don't have to, you can remove it, but
Yeah, if we could do
I
the other three,
I do nature,
those other three were better for me. I
yeah.
think
You know?
a couple of things, it's not perfect as release plan by any means, but
So the issue is if he, the reason why I say inadequate release plan is because he says he has a job offer and what he wants to do, but nothing about, following parole and participating in whatever programs that he has to participate in. And when I said it, he did say, well, if I have to,
yeah, I didn't hear that.
so that was concerning for me.
Yeah, it's definitely concerning, but I prefer just the three if it's okay.
Excuse me, board.
just give us a few minutes. We're almost done. So then we'll answer questions. All right, let's talk about special parole conditions.
And halfway house. Sexual behavior,
Mhm,
no contact with minors without the officer's permission,
mhm,
restriction on pornography.
mhm.
Mhm.
Enhanced intent.
I don't know if there was, what do you think about the Joy in enhanced internet monitoring? I don't think there was anything with the internet with this, was there? There was something on TV.
But I don't think that was enough to add that. But, if his parole officer feels that
You can bring
it's
it back.
significant enough. But I didn't.
I don't have it either.
Do we want to do no alcohol?
Yeah, I don't know.
How do you feel about no alcohol?
See how proud of the past, and he wasn't certain whether it was a factor in any of this.
And that was concerning, so I would add it.
Okay.
Yeah,
Victim SE.
yeah, I had two victims initials, A,
AR and SG.
AR, and SG. That's what you have, Joy?
Yeah,
Okay. And I think that's it. I don't have a lot, but.
Okay. In the matter of Ricardo Roman, inmate number 372026, there's a motion to deny parole for the following reasons. Nature and circumstances of the offense, inadequate evidence of offender change, and inadequate constitutional program participation. I further move to set the conditions of special parole following his sentence. No alcohol consumption, halfway house placement, problem sexual behavior treatment in the community, no contact with minors without PO's permission, restriction on pornography, no contact with victims, AR, SG. Did I miss anything? Okay. Can I have a second?
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Opposed? The ayes have it. Parole is denied. Okay, Mr. Roman, I think you heard that right. We weren't able to give you discretionary parole today, but we wish you luck.
Thank you.
This is the hearing for 372-026. You'll see all this in writing, Mr. Robert. To you. Good afternoon, Mr. Cox. How are you?
I'm good, and yourself?
We're good. We're about to begin, okay?
All righty.
Good afternoon. My name is Parole Officer Smelly. Today's Friday, April 17th, and this is a hearing of Connecticut Board of Pardons and Parole. Following board members are present this afternoon and by stating their names on the record, certify they have reviewed all statutorily required documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Good afternoon, Alex Starkov.
Robert Sazowskis.
Joy Chance,
Please state your name and inmate number for the record, sir.
Rashid Cox, 356669.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Rashid Cox, 3566669. He is serving a sentence of 10 years jail, execution suspended after 3 years jail, 2 years mandatory minimum, followed by 5 years of probation for attempt to commit assault first, criminal possession of a firearm, ammo, defense weapon, assault first, and a criminal possession of a firearm, defense weapon. As of today's records reflect a parole eligibility date of October 19, 2026, at 85%. There's no victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan. It has been reviewed and showed the offender has completed Voices program and remains on the wait list for education, addiction services, new thoughts, vocational referral, and a job. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offender overall score falls within a very high range. Mr. Cox, this is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin, sir.
I got a question, to be honest. I don't have no address though, so I don't think it really makes a difference. No disrespect. I mean,
he doesn't have any address.
Your address has nothing to do with your parole. You discussed the halfway house option as a backup.
oh, okay. I'm sorry about that. I feel like you should give it to me because, I mean, I think I'm a good person to help the community. And I got goals and things I want to do in life. I ain't going out there to harm nobody or nothing like that.
Is that it, Mr. Cox?
I said, I ain't going out there to harm anybody, nothing like that. I'm just going out there to try to change and be a better person.
Okay. Is that it for your opening statement? We have some questions for you.
Yeah, yes, it is.
Okay. So we're going to take turns asking you questions, then we're going to discuss your case, and we'll give you the decision later today. Okay.
All right.
All right. Can you tell us why you're incarcerated?
For two separate shooting cases.
All right, so let's talk about each one. What happened in the one from 2020?
I was at a bar and a fight had broken out, and somebody said they was gonna kill me and some people I was with. So I told him, don't talk like that. And then he said it again, and I shot him in his arm.
Why did you have a gun to begin with?
I don't know, stupidity. I don't know. Not using my head.
All right, so somebody said something to you in the bar that may have threatened you
Outside the bar.
outside of the bar, and your reaction is to get a gun and shoot them?
That's what happened.
How would you handle that today?
I probably won't go to no bar today. I got more important things to worry about than a bar.
I'm sorry, I didn't catch the last part you said.
I said I probably won't go to a bar today. I got more important things to worry about than a bar.
Okay. What about the second shooting from 2023?
Second one, I was defending my friend. Yeah, somebody hit my friend, and then we exchanged fire, me and two other people. Well, me and two other people, I was exchanging fire with two other people because it so happened to one of my friends.
Why did this happen?
I don't know. Ignorance, man.
Sorry?
Ignorance.
I understand from where it was said, this is very concerning, right? You discharge your weapon twice.
Yeah, I know that. Yeah, I'm in jail. Yeah, I know that. Wow, man. Yeah, I don't know.
What did you learn from Voices?
Huh?
What did you learn from the Voices program?
Make better choices, and man, your life is in your own hands. And if you want better, man, you better do better, and know that life ain't no game. From you got opportunities to appreciate it, because they don't always come around another time.
What about the impact of your offenses on the victims?
What you mean? I kind of know what you mean, but I don't specifically know what you mean.
Well, how do you think the victims of your offenses, let's take these two offenses that we talked about, one person got shot, right?
Yeah.
Probably talk about how their life was affected by what you did.
I don't know. Affected, when he was hurt. And, yeah, he was hurt.
What about after they were hurt? They were hurt physically, obviously, by you shooting at them, but there are long-term consequences after that too, right?
The trauma.
Right. Something to think about.
Yeah.
Tell me about this the order you got for insult in September.
There was a dude, a guy. He was in jail for child pornography. So I punched him in his face.
Okay, so he's in jail for child pornography, and you punch him in the face because of his conviction?
Yeah. Yeah.
Right. You stayed out of trouble before that, at least during this period of incarceration, and you know you have parole hearing coming up. Then you do something like that because of his conviction. Was there another way to handle that?
Mind my business.
Yeah. Mr. Cox, I don't think I have any more questions for you, but I'll see if my colleagues have any. Chance.
So, Mr. Cox, why did you think you had the right to punch the other inmate because of his crime when you shot someone?
I ain't have the right to do it.
You do?
Huh?
You said you had a right to do it?
No, heck no. I ain't had the right to hit him. But
how many gun charges do you have?
2 before this, 2. I only got caught with 2 guns before this, but I've been charged with, I think, a gun charge 3 times before this.
I count 5, and then there was one that they subbed out.
Yeah,
So I count 5. So for me, Mr. Cox, I consider you a public safety risk. Do you understand why?
It's there on the paper.
Why do you think you need guns? I know you said you were trying to protect yourself, but trying to protect yourself from what?
I was trying to protect myself and my friends, but from harm. I don't know if somebody tell me it's gonna kill me, I think that's serious. I don't think that's a joke.
How else could you have handled that?
Ran,
What was it?
run.
How about reporting it to the police?
I don't think it was I don't think we had time. It was time for that. I didn't know what he was doing. He talk about killing people. I don't know. I don't know what to think about that. I don't know what he had on him.
So you had a gun on you. He had a gun on him.
I don't know what he had, listen.
You didn't know, but you still shot at him.
Yeah, I fear for my life.
Do you see the danger in having a gun?
That's all
Because
good.
you could not prove that he had a gun. People can say anything that they want to say. Now, if he said he was gonna kill you, you did not see a gun.
Yeah.
So it's very, concerning to me, the number of gun charges that you have for a young man who's 36 years old. And I was looking at your record and you were on special parole, weren't you?
Mhm.
So I also looked at your previous community failures and you have 6 of them. So what is it that you aim to do with your life? You aim to do with your life, Mr. Cox? You're 36 years old.
You said that I want to do or that I need to do.
Either one. You have to want to do something.
I just want to be a good dad.
That's it.
The best dad in the world. And I don't know. I want to be a good provider. I just want to be a good person.
So how do you get to be a good person?
By doing good things.
Right. So you have your GED.
Yes, ma'am.
That's a good thing. So at 36, what about a vocational program? You say you want to be a good dad. Good dad includes.
So vocation and here, no, excuse me. Well, let me. I ain't know. I'm gonna cut you off.
No. You live sometime in the community. So don't you want to have some kind of job training that will allow you to have a job so that you don't have to go around with guns?
I had a job when I was just out there at the casino. I was just working when I was just free at the casino.
What were you doing at the casino?
At BK Lobster.
What did you do?
I cook, I wash dishes, and they let me close up. Everybody left. I stayed there, cleaned everything, closed up. Locked the gate.
Do you have a cooking certificate? Did you do any training?
I got landscaping experience. I made I built houses. I did basketball courts.
What is it that you like to do? What kind of career or job do you enjoy doing?
I think construction. I like to be hands-on. I like to move. I like to work my muscles. I don't like to just be sit.
So then, Mr. Cox, you need to sit and think about what kind of training that will get you a job in construction. Jobs where you don't need guns.
I think I got enough experience for construction.
Okay.
But I understand what you're saying.
Okay. Well, you don't have a good criminal history. You have a lot of gun charges. You completed the Voices program. you're attending, in a meeting, I wish you had taken the New Thoughts program.
They're, not to sound like, I mean, cause I ain't here, so you wouldn't know, but it ain't organized in here like you think it is. So
Well,
I tried to take all those things, but I don't, the way it's ran in here is, I think it's kind of slow. I don't know.
well, find something constructive to do with your time.
I go to church and I read and I work out.
No more DRs. Just
I'm
think about how you want to do your life, because, your record is very concerning to me right now. Okay? And you need to consider, a good full-time job for you so that you can be a productive person and you figure out how you can give back to your community. Because right now, your background is that of a public safety issue with all the gun charges. So consider that you need to stay away from guns.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Well, thank you for answering my questions.
You're welcome.
And I wish you the best of luck.
God bless you, miss.
Thank you. Mr. Zassin?
I have a question.
Mr. Zassin, I'm sorry.
Okay, yeah, I have no questions. Thank you.
Okay, so Mr. Cox, rates very high for risk of recidivism. He's carrying a number of concerning offenses that involve him, discharging a weapon on 2 separate, occasions. He was on special parole at the time. He has taken voices, but still has addiction services on his OEP. I was very concerned about the recent DR he received for an assault. As much as I appreciate his honesty, but what actually happened, seems like this was an unprovoked attack on another inmate based on their conviction. We just can't have that. He's also not done well in supervision in the past, so I'm going to be denial today. It's not a huge difference between his parole eligibility at age 85% and his EOS. So he's coming out relatively soon anyway. That's where I am. Makes sense?
I have a denial hearing.
Yeah, I agree with both of what you said. I will point out in his opening statement, he does have some life goals. He wants to be a better father. He did say some positive things. He's trying to participate in AA. I hope he can continue that kind of momentum and those types of things. He says he goes to church and he reads. I heard, in between all the other things that we're all concerned about, I heard a couple of things that were positive. And I just wanted to mention those things, and I'm hoping that when he gets out to end the sentence, that he can pursue those things, because I think there is some value in him to being a good father and being a good dad and being a good person. And there's children somewhere that need him to be that person. So I'm hoping that he follows through on those things. But for today, I just don't find it suitable.
We have nature and circumstances of offense, poor performance while on parole, poor institutional adjustment, and inadequate institutional program participation.
Yep.
You don't? Good. All right, in the matter of Rashid Cox, inmate number 356-669, there's a motion to deny discretionary parole for the following reasons: nature and circumstances of your offense, poor performance while on parole, poor institutional adjustment, and inadequate institutional program participation. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Opposed? The ayes have it. The parole is denied. Okay, Mr. Cox, we weren't able to give you parole today, but we wish you luck.
God bless y'all, man.
Thank you.
You say you about to hear.
Class 356-669.
Here?
No.
Now, a little bit, but I can't hear you guys. I apologize.
Okay, she'll start over.
Okay, then I can hear you now.
Okay, good afternoon. My name is Parole Officer Smelling. Today's Friday, April 17, 2026, and this is a hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Parole. The following board members are present this afternoon and by stating their names on the record, certified they've reviewed all required documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Good afternoon, Alex Sarkov.
Robert Sisowskis.
Joy Chance,
Please state your name and inmate number for the record.
Jonathan Vos, 437-727.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Jonathan Vos, 437-727. He is serving a sentence of 18 years jail, execution suspended after 6 years jail, followed by 5 years probation for assault first, extend to life, threat first, armed, display firearm, and unlawful restraint first. As of today, records reflect the parole eligibility date of October 8, 2026 at 85%. There is victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan. It has been reviewed and shows the offender has completed domestic violence and remains on the wait list for voices, addiction services, education, and short-term sex treatment. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offender overall score falls within the low range of risk for recidivism. Utilizing the static 99R, the offender overall score for sexual offense recidivism falls within the low to moderate range. Mr. Bowles, this is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin, sir. Can you hear us?
Yes,
Okay.
thank you. At this time, it's okay to read the letter that I prepared for you guys?
Yep.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. All right, I would like to start off by thanking the Board of Pardons and Parole for their time and attention to this hearing. I would also like to thank Parole Officer Smalley for her time in conducting my pre-hearing interview. At this time, I would like to apologize to the victim for what I did. I regret the event completely and wish that it never occurred, especially because at the time, the two of us were living together at my condo in an ongoing, loving relationship in which we cared deeply for each other. I sincerely apologize for hurting her and for any emotional scars that I may have caused her. I know at the time I should have been concentrating and being more diligent in taking care of my mental health, especially due to the fact that I was working in an environment that contribute to many stressors. I know I should have known that drinking alcohol in excess after a shift at work would only compound any lingering negative effects. I knew at the time how important my mental health was because I sought out treatment, because I was diagnosed with PTSD, post-traumatic stress disorder. I would also like to apologize to my family, friends, and coworkers for any discomfort that my incarceration may have caused them, as I know they miss me dearly. As I stated before, I was being treated for PTSD at the time of this incident. This stemmed from an inmate assaulting me when I was employed by the Department of Correction and was working as an officer at the Level 5 facility, Northern Correctional Institute. I want to make it clear that this incident does not define my character or represent who I am or was as a person. From an early age and throughout my life, I was taught how important one's character and work ethic is and how it is essential as a foundation for a successful adulthood, with respect for other people being a cornerstone in that foundation. Several values were instilled in me at an early age by my parents, family, and friends. Helping my parents, family, and friends to enforce these values was the Catholic Church. I volunteered as an altar boy for several years at St. Aloysius Church in Planceville, Connecticut, where the priest reiterated good morals, love, and forgiveness through the Bible. Not only did volunteering as an altar boy teach me good morals, it taught me discipline and responsibility, as I had to be prepared to serve early on Sunday mornings and on several holidays such as Christmas and Easter. Being an altar boy in the community, alongside my brothers who were also altar boys and my grandmother who was a Eucharistic minister, brought me great joy. I also enjoyed working in the community with my family as a paperboy for the Meriden Record Journal at the age of 10. Getting up before school and delivering over 100 papers daily with my dad and brother taught me great responsibility and time management skills, as we had to complete our routes early in the morning to be able to get ready to attend school shortly. The greatest part of being a paperboy was building great relationships with customers and learning to have meaningful conversations with people who I lived in the community amongst when I would collect payment door to door. Being involved with sports from the age of 5 also gave me great ties into my community and also reinforced the values of good character, work ethic, and sportsmanship. In high school, I was elected captain of my football team my senior year by my fellow teammates and coach Jude Kelly, as I demonstrated great leadership characteristics. I was also named the captain of my wrestling team my senior year by my coaching staff. Being a leader of my peers and in my community transitioned into my career as a corrections officer from when I was hired in 2011. When I worked, I always made it a point to be a leader and treated my coworkers with respect. I always made it a goal of mine to be there for them when daily challenges arrived. I also set goals to advance in the department. I was in the process of applying for a supervisor role as lieutenant and also a correctional canine officer position when this occurred. I always looked up to these staff members as role models. As I stated before, in 2011, after the DOC Academy, I was sent to Northern CI, where level 5 inmates were housed. The facility at the time housed AS inmates, all phases, SRG inmates, gang units, death row inmates, and some special needs inmates. I was assaulted by an inmate, and that assault resulted in me suffering a major back injury that then resulted in me having to get a back surgery, spinal fusion. I was also diagnosed with PTSD from that injury and incident. At the time of my arrest, I was still being treated for both my back and PTSD. I was attending physical therapy multiple times a week, seeing a pain management doctor monthly who was providing epidural disc injections, SI joint injections, and necessary pain medication to relieve me of excruciating chronic pain that I experience on a daily basis. I was also seeing doctors for my PTSD as well. I worked very hard at managing these disabilities as I know they could affect my overall well-being. During my incarceration, I made it my goal and priority to keep my core values the same and maintain a good work ethic and show respect to both custody and treatment staff. I was a tierman for approximately 2 years, where I always did my best to help custody DOC staff and also my fellow inmates with any task that they had in the housing unit. Unfortunately, because this medical condition, I was unable to continue working as a tierman. During my incarceration, I have had no tickets and I remained discipline free. I also attended Catholic services and had a meaningful weekly conversation with the Catholic priest. Due to my back injuries and condition, the priest made it a priority to come visit me in my housing unit when the pain was too excruciating for me to walk and to participate in the service. Catholic services helped me greatly during my time of pain and discomfort. Another beneficial program which I know is very helpful to my future and integration to the community is participating and successfully completing the domestic violence program. This program was very informational and has provided more tools for identifying unhealthy behaviors and relationships. I have maintained valued relationships with my family and friends over the years and made it a point to be the best son, brother, uncle, and friend I could possibly be during my incarceration. I frequently set future goals with them so that I would be prepared for my future. I have been in communication with business associates and I have lined up 2 highly sought after work positions. My number 1 priority is to restore my health as soon as I return home, as it is declining and I'm in constant pain. I am anticipating having to have back surgery to remedy my current condition. I also am on heart medication because my heart is extremely elevated due to the amount of pain I'm in. I know I can overcome these conditions with the proper care required and can return to a healthy and productive lifestyle. In conclusion, I know I'm ready to return home and will have a successful reintegration into my community. I know this because I still have the same morals and character that I was taught from a young age and continue to display throughout my life. I have the proper support and structure waiting for me upon my return, including family, friends, and old co-workers. I have several business owners who have repeatedly told me what a valuable asset I was to their business when I was employed by them, and they are willing to let me work for them again. I am very goal-oriented, motivated, hardworking individual. I am determined to not let this incident outweigh all the positive things I have done in my life, and I look forward to being productive and fruitful. I am truly, sincerely sorry for what I did and the hurt that I have caused. Thank you.
I would also like to add that we do have OBS interest, and our Office of Victim Services Advocate, Ms. DeJesus, is on the line for OBS interest.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, Mr. Bowles, thank you for your opening statement. We're going
Thank
to
you.
ask you some questions, okay?
Okay,
Then we'll turn it over to the Office of Victim Services. Then we'll deliberate and we'll give you a decision.
thank you.
Mr. Sazaskas is going to take the lead on questioning.
Hey, good afternoon, Mr. How do we pronounce your last name? Voss?
Both, thank you.
Both. Okay.
Yes, good afternoon.
I just want to say before I start, I appreciate your apology and your accepting responsibility in your opening statement. You said several times that you're sorry and you apologize. And we don't always hear that, so I
Right.
just want to thank you for doing that on your own without being prompted. So let's talk about what happened. You were out having drinks and you drank excessively, you said in your opening statement. And then you came home. Why did you assault? Let me just put it that way. So a lot of things happened. Why did you assault the victim at the house? Why did that happen?
So I left my shift at work.
Yeah.
I was looking forward to the next day. We had a family trip planned to New York. I understand that it was a short period right from work. I went right home, changed, and went to the bar just to have a couple drinks, unwind.
Yeah.
Typically, I don't do that, but like I said, because it was my Friday at the prison, I wanted to get out and start having a couple of drinks early because we were leaving in the morning for Saratoga. I did run into the victim's ex at the bar, and that's where, we had conversation, and I stayed longer than he anticipated. I was gonna have a couple, but I stayed to the close of the bar with him. When we got back,
So the
Yeah.
conversations between you and him, did that make you upset? Is that what?
not at all, no,
Okay,
sir.
go ahead. Okay, go ahead.
No, I got back, she was upset about the time that I was there, in the status of the Saratoga trip that I said earlier in the week, I said that we weren't, she wasn't going with my family. I had taken her prior, maybe approximately like 2 weeks before me and her went on our own because I knew that I was going with my family.
Okay,
So, yeah, we had a disagreement about a few things. Also, she saw on my phone that, a girl texted me that she was unhappy with.
Okay.
Yeah,
And then at some point, it got turned from an argument into a physical assault, and then there was a gun involved, right?
so I'd like to say that like the event went farther than either of us anticipated.
Okay.
Yeah, it did get physical.
So are you denying, I mean, the police report says this, so that's where I'm getting information from. Are you denying that you pointed a gun at her?
I'm not denying it. I know now that I shouldn't point any sort of weapon at anybody at any time.
Okay.
The circumstances were different for sure. And I completely understand that it's not acceptable to point any sort of firearm at anybody at any time.
Okay, good.
Yes.
What do you think would have happened if she wasn't able to escape and run away? How would this have ended?
to be honest with you, it would have ended, I would have went to Saratoga with my family and she would have either stayed at my house like she typically did after a fight, or she would have went home to her parents' house.
But this wasn't a typical fight. This turned seriously physical. I mean, you think she would have been injured more? Was it over when she left?
Yes, she would not have been injured more at all.
I mean, it sounds like she ran from the house without any clothes on or anything. So, I mean, when I read it, it's very frightening. I mean, what she had gone through.
That I can't really speak on why she did that. When I saw her leave, she was fully dressed when she went downstairs.
That's not what I read. Okay, so you acknowledge that you were intoxicated when this took place?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so let's talk about that. You have a DOC drug and alcohol score of a 5, which you know is the highest.
Right,
You have an addiction services program on your OAP. It looks like that you haven't completed.
right.
And I also saw something that you said that you don't need a relapse prevention plan or any kind of outside treatment for alcohol or substance use when you're released. So can you talk about how you're going to stay sober or avoid problems?
I can't actually, I was, so I have attempted several times with our unit managers, counselors, deputy warden. I have a verification. I talked to P.O. Smelly prior to this hearing because that was a concern of mine.
Yeah.
Also, what I did was I had my attorney reach out to outside services that could provide this care for me. She reached out to New Britain utilizes Wheeler Clinic because I've been sentenced for almost 2.5 years, and we've been asking for these programs for our protective custody unit. So I prepared for my future by asking what I could do upon release for that. Maybe I misunderstood. I'm sorry.
So your plan, so what you're telling me that is, I understand programs are hard to get into, as you know, sometimes they're hard. It's based on your housing unit, what programs are available, how many people need it. There's a lot of things going on, right? But your plan for when you're released is to attend substance abuse treatment at Wheeler Clinic. Is that what I'm hearing from you?
I would do anything required of me as part of my OAP programs outside that I have not completed to suffice the parole board for sure. I understand that.
But do you think that you need that? Is that helpful, going to be helpful to you?
It definitely would be helpful, the drug and alcohol classes for sure.
Okay, you did complete the domestic violence class, and then I heard you talk a little bit in your opening statement about that you learned some tools. Can you talk a little bit more about the domestic violence class and the things that you learned?
Yeah, I mean, it was very informational. We talked a lot of things about different behaviors and relationships that could be detrimental to the relationship, such as verbal, domestic violence and physical mental violence. We talked about anything from gaslighting to narcissism. We talked about how like victims, male or female, stay in relationships longer than they need to be because they're dependent on the other person because of financial reasons. They feel embarrassed because they haven't been successful in the past with other relationships, so they feel embarrassed with their family and friends to keep breaking up and going through the same ordeal. Another reason why is that they feel like it's their own fault and they put the blame on themselves. That's just, a few of the pieces of the information that I absorbed, but I mean, like I said, it was very helpful.
Yeah, that's pretty good insight. You rattled off quite a few different things that they would have taught in that program. So that's good to hear that you absorbed the information.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and then I also see that you're on the wait list for the sex offender program. Have you heard anything about when that might start?
I haven't. Again, I inquired about it. I asked several times, counselors, same chain of commands for sure. But again, I asked, but I didn't want to be retaliated against her anyway, or if her just keep
Yeah.
bringing it up, or so I kind of stayed out of the way with that.
How do you think you've changed the most since you've been in prison?
I've navigated through even though our PC unit is very tight, I'm with law enforcement guys, and also people that weren't law enforcement. I've had guys in my unit that I've had as an inmate before. I've seen bad assaults in my own unit. So navigating and using IPC skills, interpersonal communication skills that I had to utilize when I once worked in the department, I've had to use here. I've had to stay in my cell numerous days just because of incidents that were going on that I chose to stay away because I knew my end goal was trying to return home to my family and stay discipline free. I always respect custody and treatment staff, medical at all times throughout my whole incarceration, even though at times the same respect wasn't given back to me. And I'm familiar with, obviously from working in the department, that will happen, but also just the emotions, I know how to control them better. I faced a lot of different types of emotions here, obviously anger, grief. I could give you an example. I lost my father's father, my grandfather, a couple of years ago when I was at Corrigan. And just recently, unfortunately, I lost my grandmother, my mom's mother. That was my last living grandparent. But I knew that I had to deal with it in a way, and I talked to the Catholic services and priests about it. And I think overall, like, I have a good grasp of my emotions. I understand what happened. Being in a working environment at Cheshire Prison after being assaulted, I know now that, like, I can't be in that type of environment and then drink shortly after because I'm not disconnected from that those stressors, and I apologize for that.
Okay, well, it does sound like you've gained some insight from the programming that you have been able to complete. Let's talk about your employment leads for when you're released, because I didn't see any letters in the file that I read where anyone was promised you employment, but you say that you have some opportunities.
Yes.
Is that right? All right.
Yes,
Can you
sir.
Can you talk about those?
Yeah. So prior to me being corrections officer, I worked at, it was called White Weight Cleaners in Wallingford. It was similar to a Cintas. It's a cleaning uniform program. When I did this there, I started off as a driver, and I worked my way up to growing a route over 25% because I was anticipating, I wanted to be a full-time sales rep for the company. I did maintain my my monthly numbers and maintain my goal, so I was promoted to a full-time sales rep for that company. I've had a good relationship with them over the years. I've helped them out in numerous ways, even if I was working in the department. And I kept a good communication chain with coworkers. They were sure that upon my release, they would be hiring me for future sales.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, sir. Well, I appreciate you answering all my questions today. I'm going to see if my colleagues have any questions, and then we're going to go from there. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Rasmus. Janice, do you have any questions?
I do. No, Mr. Voss, I listened to your opening comments, and I do appreciate you making them, but I wanted to ask you a couple questions.
Okay.
So in reading some of the official documents, you indicated that you and the victim had an argument and she banged her face against the headboard of the bed, causing facial injuries to herself. You also said the victim struck you in the chest and voluntarily removed your shirt. However, the officer saw no evidence to support that claim. So in your opening comments, when you apologize to the victim for the actions, exactly what are you apologizing for?
I'm apologizing for any verbal or physical on my end that I did to her. I will say that part of the report that you're reading is true. There's the event went farther than we both intended, but that was part of the event.
There was nothing to support what you were saying. But the evidence that they had to support was the physical bruises on her body.
Right.
So that's what they had evidence to support, but not what you said.
I am
No,
apologizing.
I appreciate you completing the domestic violence and sharing with my colleagues, you know, what you've learned. And I hope you are honest in your belief that you did gain some insights from it.
Yes,
But I
ma'am.
look at your OAP, and I do think you need the addiction services, the Voices program, and the short-term sex offender program. So I'm just gonna say, you know, upfront, this was a pretty serious offenses, and I do not find that you're suitable today because I do think you need to complete all the programs on your OAP. And it's obvious that you have not had any disciplinary reports, so good luck. I'm all
Could I,
set.
could I speak on that or?
Sure.
So I can present to you right now and read to you the letter that I wrote I forwarded it from my counselor supervisor all the way up to the warden. We showed that I was trying to get these programs. I feel like because I feel like because I was gonna
understand that,
protect.
Mr. Voss, it happens to, I understand what you're saying. I'm not saying that you did not try to get in the programs. It
Right.
happens to the majority of offenders that are there, so.
Right, but what I'm saying is because I was a correction officer, I'm housed in a PC unit that these programs are offered to. And I reached out on my own to tell you guys because I knew this could be a problem because I was in the department and didn't want this to happen at the parole board. I had my attorney reach out to Wheeler Clinic and email them because I was in anticipation of you stating that. So I'm willing to do those programs as soon as possible outside of on parole. And I need medical treatment that would also help me getting back and forth to physical therapy and complete these programs.
I understand that there are limits to you accessing programs because of the fact that you were a correctional officer. I totally understand all of that. But you still need programs, and I
And I'm
understand.
willing,
I
right?
understand you can't just go into the programs. I understand all of that.
Could I read you my letter to the warden, please? That would make me.
To who?
Is that okay?
It's his letter asking to be into programs.
Oh, I know. I believe
He
him.
wrote it, yeah.
I believe that you did.
I would like to read it just so you know, because it's very important that I've tried and I want to demonstrate to everybody that I'm telling the truth. And I've made it my priority to do everything I possibly could for the last 4.5 years to be the best inmate and model inmate that I can be. And the program's holding me back isn't something, that's not my fault. When I'm willing to put in the work and do it, I've
For
shown
me,
numerous
it's
examples.
also more than the program. The program is just one part of it.
Right. Do you guys mind if I read this or is it?
I think we all understand that you put your best effort to try to get into programs. We do get that.
Okay,
For our purposes, it's important still that you participate, right? But we understand that you've tried to participate, and you're on the wait list, right? You haven't been able to get into the program, so we do get that.
Right. I appreciate it.
All right, so I think we're done with the questions for today. At this point, we're going to turn the hearing over to the Office of Victim Services. Mr. Wells, you can listen, but please don't say anything during this portion.
Yes, sir.
Ms. Jesus?
Yes, good afternoon, board members. I do have a statement and it reads as follows. I'm writing to strongly oppose the parole of Jonathan. I was the victim in the case that led to his incarceration. The violence I experienced was not The violence I experienced was not a momentarily lapse in judgment or a one-time incident. It was prolonged, intentional, and involved threats to my life over a 7-hour period of torture. While being held against my will, I was made to believe that I would not survive. The reality has never fully left me. The impact of this crime did not end when he was sentenced. I continue to live with post-traumatic stress disorder that affects my daily life. I experience panic attacks, sleep disturbances, flashbacks, and difficulty concentrating. Even basic routines can become overwhelming due to the lasting effects of what I endured. My sense of safety, especially in places that should feel secure, like my own home, has been permanently altered. I am also deeply concerned about the safety of others. Based on his past behavior and pattern of violence, I believe he poses a continued risk to the public. This was not an isolated incident, and I fear that if released, he will harm someone else. While I have a protective order in place for myself and my family, many others do not have that protection. I would also like to address concerns regarding his history of substance abuse and compulsive behaviors. Jonathan has struggled with multiple addictions, including drugs, alcohol, gambling, pornography, and other harmful patterns of behavior. These issues, combined with his history of violence, significantly increase the risk of reoffending if he is released. I believe he is highly likely to return to the same patterns that led to my assault. This not only puts me at risk, but also poses a danger to the broader community. Parole should be granted only when an individual demonstrates true accountability, rehabilitation, and a low risk to reoffend. Based on my experience and the lasting impact of his actions, I do not believe that releasing Jonathan would be safe. For these reasons, I respectfully ask that parole be denied. Thank you for your time and consideration. Thank you, board members. That's all that I have.
Thank you, Ms. De Jesus, and thank you to the victim for their input. At this point, we're going to enter deliberation. We'll start with Mr. Sazaskas.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. So, Mr. Rivas is here for these serious charges. So first, I'm off of restraint first. He rates level first overall against the recidivate. A number of programs on his that he's on the wait list for, the sex offender program and voices and addiction services. He did complete the domestic violence program, and when we spoke to him today, he was able to articulate, I thought, very well, some of the things that he learned and some of the impacts to victims of domestic violence. It is apparent that he paid attention and did absorb information from that program he did participate in. He said, and I think we all believe him and acknowledge that he's been writing to get into programs, as we hear other people say. I know he's in protective custody, it makes it even trickier. But he has not been able to complete the addiction services, the voices, and the sex offender program, all important programs for crimes like this. He has not been able to complete those. He says he had his lawyer reach out to Wheeler Clinic, and it sounds like he said he would go to Wheeler Clinic if that's what we wanted. I don't know. It sounds like he's making a plan to do some kind of treatment program on the outside when he gets out. But he has a drug and alcohol score of a 5. And this incident, I mean, by his own admission and all the reports and everyone above us, he was intoxicated on alcohol. You know, it was violent. It lasted a long period of time. You know, we asked questions about some of the details of the crime and some of the things, some experience on. I was happy to hear in his opening statement and several times throughout his speaking today, his apology, his regret, saying sorry several times. So I was glad he did that without us having to prompt him. And I do feel like he's truly remorseful, you know. And then we heard from the victim today, and you know, as you can imagine, a person going through something like this was like, you know, severely impacted. So I was concerned when I read in some of the documents that he didn't think that he needed a relapse prevention plan or that kind of level of service. But today he says that he has reached out to the clinic, so it's a little bit different from what I read in the past. It says that he has some employment opportunities with a previous employer, although I didn't see any documentation of that anywhere, you know, from that company. So my concerns are, as we've talked about, is that he has not completed the programs. I understand that he wrote for them and everything. Doesn't change the fact that he didn't complete it. And he clearly has substance abuse issues. Part of all of it. And the nature and circumstances, you know, of what happened and any impact to the victim. So what we're trying to decide today is that should he be released on early release in October, 7 months before his end of sentence in May. And whether, you know, based on the programs he's taken and things, is he suitable to release? And based on his lack of participation in those programs and the nature and circumstances of this and the impact that on the victim, I don't find him suitable today.
Thank you, Mr. Sadauskas. Questions?
I absolutely agree with you, Mr. Susauskas. I'm concerned about the nature and circumstances of the offense. I did hear him acknowledge some things.
Yeah.
But in reading the police report and the details, they'll have a little bit of a difficulty understanding exactly what he's taking responsibility for. He did express remorse for the victim. I was very happy to hear that.
Yeah.
He talked about his upbringing, but we all grew up in good families, but at some point in our lives, some of us, like Mr. Voss, acts out of character. I'm happy that the church that he was raising, that he seek to go through some meetings with them during his incarceration. And I hope all of that will help him. But today, he's not suitable for me because these offenses are extremely serious. And because of the nature and circumstances of the offense and the injury and impact to the victim, I do not find him suitable today.
Ms. Jones. I agree completely with both of you. I'll just add some positives here too. As we discussed, he has no criminal history. He's done well in terms of not receiving any DRs, which, as we talked about, is not easy.
Yeah.
Given where he's coming from. He has some family support. He's very young. You can, I think, certainly turn his life around. I'm in denial for all the same reasons that you stated. Of nature and circumstances, injury and impact to the victim and inadequate program participation.
I think those three are
Does that work?
I had the first two.
So not program participation.
We can, you know, he's in protective custody, so not having access to programs, even though he needs it. I'm wondering how he did the anger manage the domestic violence.
they find a way. There are other people that need programs.
So yes, I would add that third one.
Yeah, if it was, you know, if he wasn't a 5, you know what I'm saying? And this wasn't an alcohol fueled incident, maybe.
And it's more.
It's clearly alcohol played a big part in this.
Yeah, you know, I think everyone acknowledges that, you know. So,
All right.
he has 5 years of probation to follow.
In the matter of Jonathan Bowes, inmate number 437-727, there's a motion to deny discretionary parole for the following reasons: nature and circumstances of the current offense, injury and impact to the victim, and inadequate institutional program participation. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? The ayes have it. Discretionary parole is denied. Mr. Bowles, we couldn't give you a discretionary parole today, but you sounded good today. It sounds like you're on the right track. We wish you luck.
Thank you. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
This man. 7727. You'll receive all this, Ms. Ross, and writing. Good luck to you.
Thank you.
This concludes
Keep
the
it.
hearing. Possible 260.
Wow.
What's that? Yeah, and this.
All right, thank you.
So many
Thank you.
times.
Have a good day.
You know, it's like,
Good afternoon. My name is Parole Officer Smelly. Today is Friday, April 17th, 2026, and this is a hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Parole. The following board members are present this afternoon. By stating their names on the record, certified they have reviewed all statutorily required documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing. Served here.
Alex Sarkov.
Robert Sazowskis.
Joy Chance.
Please state your name and inmate number for the record, sir.
Frederick Gallimore, 384-295.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration for the parole application for Frederick Gallimore, 384-295. He is serving a sentence of 12 years, execution suspended after 3 years jail, followed by 3 years probation for possession with intent to sell, dispense narcotics, violation of probation with the underlying offense of robbery second with the weapon. As of today, records reflect the past parole eligibility date of January 27, 2026 at 50%. There is no victim input in this case. The inmate was heard by the board on July 18, 2025. Was denied parole. The hearing date was set for April 2026. The board recommended that the inmate successfully completed Voices, Fatherhood, and the programs on his OAP and not obtained any new disciplinary report. Since his last hearing, Mr. Gallimore and rehear interview reported he completed Voices, New Thoughts, and Tier 2, which was all verified. He stated he also has been waiting to be called for fatherhood, but it has not been called. He has not been called for the program. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system scores, the offender overall score for recidivating falls within the moderate range. Mr. Gallimore, this is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole, sir, if you may begin.
I would like to say thank you for giving me the opportunity to be in front of y'all again for the reconsideration of the chance of early release. And I've learned my lesson. This jail being in jail at this age is not it. I just turned 38. I have kids that need me out there. My family need me out there. And I have a plan now. Before, when I was out there, I didn't have a plan. You could say I procrastinated a lot. And I had the mindset of thinking for the moment and not long term. But since I've been in here, I've been doing nothing but thinking and reevaluating my life. And I have a plan now. And the programs that I completed, they also helped me see like what type of life I could have if I did everything correctly. When I get out there, I would like to get my license. I have guaranteed jobs waiting for me. I would like to enroll in welding school, and be present for my kids and stay on the right path.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Gallimore, for your opening statement. You know how this works.
Yes.
We're going to ask you some questions, and Ms. Chance is going to start us with questioning.
Gallimore, do you remember me from your last hearing?
Yes.
So we asked you to do a couple of things. Do you remember what they were?
Keep a job, stay out of trouble, and complete the programs on my OAP
And no DRs.
and ODRs, yes.
So tell me what happened.
To be honest, lust got the best of me that day. Not to put my fiance's business all out there like that, but you know, she had just got she's going through a transition to where she had a weight loss surgery. And I haven't seen her for like 2 months prior to that because of the surgery. She couldn't come up here to see me. So when I seen her and I seen her new look, I'm not gonna lie, the lust, and I touched her.
Okay. So since the last hearing, you completed a couple of programs.
Yes, ma'am.
Can you share what you learned from them?
Yes. Voices, it gave me more aware of, you know, the emotional, financial, and physical suffering that I put these families through, as well as my own. And I never looked or thought like that there would be other victims. I thought it was just, you know, like the people that I was dealing with when I was, you know, doing whatever I was doing. I didn't think that the families or, you know, my family and stuff like that will become victims either. So that gave me insight on that. Tier 2, that program helped me with learning triggers. You know, I felt like I had, or I knew everything, but I didn't. Because once I joined the programs and I started, you know, listening to people's stories and stuff like that, I thought tier 2 was just for people that use hard drugs, you know, like in drinking and stuff like that. But I learned that's not the only thing that you could be addicted to. So, you know, that was like a big eye opener too. And triggers, like I learned triggers, you know, it could be like the smallest thing as a smell, a person, you know, a place, a sound can make you relapse. Like, and I thought that was like real funny, but it's honestly the truth. So, you know, that was real helpful. New thoughts, that was, you know, like help me with how I think. And to, you know, to really sit there and think of the consequences of my thoughts if I react on the things that I'm thinking about and really put, you know, effort into what I'm thinking about. So if I'm thinking about doing something stupid, then I know the results is gonna be, you know, my consequences is gonna leave me like where I'm at in front of y'all. And you know, and to put for the tier 2, you know, it's about growth and, you know, like accepting responsibility and accountability for what you do. So, you know, they had a word called grow, and it's get rid of old ways. And I don't even want to think of or even go back to the way that I used to think before I got here, like, because it didn't lead me nowhere but here. So I'm definitely not going back to that mindset or have to feel like I even have to even think about going back there or anything like that.
Very good, Mr. Gallimore. I appreciate you sharing what you learned from those 3 programs. Tell me what your release plan consists of.
Getting back out there working. I have I have guaranteed jobs. I could go back to my old job in Danbury working at OBI. That's a warehouse where we build pallets and ship things out to businesses. I'm supposed to be going to the halfway house. I got a guaranteed job for when I get out there. Somebody that's a realtor, you know, they want me to help maintain their properties and stuff like that. So that's a guaranteed job for when I get out
But
there.
you're not
So,
going to your girlfriend?
it's not a guarantee that I will be able to go there. So if I go home to my girlfriend's house, then I will be able to definitely get back into my old job. But if I go to the halfway house, I definitely got guaranteed work for when I get out there too. So I can stay busy, stay productive.
Um,
I also, I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
I also wanna obtain my driver's license. I wanna get that because I know if I get my license, I got, you know, good friends out there that work in jobs that, you know, that you gotta drive. So if I get my license, I know that's extra guaranteed work. I would like to also enroll into welding school. I would like to try welding. You know, that's a good guaranteed job and good money. I would also like to, you know, take small business classes because I want to be an owner. I want to open up a laundromat. You know, so, you know, for long term, you know, so I could be able to have my kids in good position. You know, I could leave them some type of business or, you know, keep them on the right path too, to show them like, you know, we can do whatever.
How many children do you have?
I have 3 of my own and I have a stepson. So I have 3 boys and 1 girl.
Where are they living now?
Two live in Bridgeport, 1 live in Stanford, and my stepson live in Danbury.
With his mother,
Yes,
and that's your girlfriend.
yes.
Okay, well, you know, Mr. Gallimore, apart from the year that you got in October of last year, and you were honest about why you got the DR and the circumstances under which you did. And I look at the release plan and I asked you to share it, but everything you said, I had them written down. I just wanted to make sure that you were still going to follow through. And yes, you do have a plan now and you didn't have one before.
Yes, ma'am.
So I appreciate that honesty. And I think it was one of the reasons why my previous colleague and I decided to give you the rehear opportunity. So thank you for sharing how you did.
Can I add something else? I wasn't able to get into the Embracing Fatherhood program, but there's a good dude in my block that I'm at, and he's enrolled in that group. So when, you know, I gave a couple of requests to him to give to the counselor that's running the group, and he saw that I was having a hard time getting into it. So, you know, I asked him if I could look at the package that he was getting from the group so I could, you know, like just learn some new things. Like, I feel like I'm already a great father, but it's nothing wrong with, you know, getting, you know, learning something new to better, to making yourself better at being a dad. So
I think when you go back in the community, there are a variety of fatherhood programs that you could probably participate in. And you could speak with your parole officer, who could probably help you with that.
okay.
Okay?
Yes,
All
ma'am.
right. Well, thank you for answering my questions. I'm off. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Chance.
So go ahead, last questions. Thank you.
All right. At this point, we'll enter deliberation and we'll give you a decision, okay?
Yes, sir.
Ms. Chance.
So this is a rehear from Mr. Gallimore. And we did ask him to complete his OAP programs. And he did that. We also said no DRs, but he did receive one DR in October. And we asked him about the circumstances, and I appreciate the fact that he was honest today. So that was last October, and this is now April. So I find Mr. Gallimore suitable. He had a very good release plan, potential employment opportunities. He outlined he's going to get a driver's license, get a welding certificate, and try to attend school for business. So, and he was very honest. He said the last times he did not have a plan for going back. So now he does. So I would like to give him the opportunity. I find him suitable for discretionary parole today.
Thank you, Ms. Chance. Mr. Sodaskas?
I agree. Yeah, he's very well spoken, intelligent, man. I think has a very positive future in front of him. So I do find it suitable also.
I did too. What do we have for conditions? Halfway house, right, if needed?
Standard parole conditions
So
and halfway house.
I have no driving to without.
Yeah.
That's the driving, because he was driving, selling drugs from the car, and then he says he's got no license. So,
Right.
And halfway house just in case.
yeah, it seems like there could.
Yeah, I had halfway house.
Anything else?
No driving.
What about these people, the victim of the underlying robbery? Have the initials FM? Want to add that person? Should
I did have those.
I have an FM?
FM?
Yeah.
Okay, let's add that, right?
It's part of it.
This is from the underlying, right?
Yeah, it's the underlying charge, yeah, robbery second. I don't see any reason why we need to have the contact with him, yeah.
Okay. All right, in the matter of Frederick Gallimore, inmate number 384295, says a motion to grant parole on or after today's date, April 17th, 2026, with the following conditions. Halfway house placement, no operation of a motor vehicle without PO's permission, and no contact with victims FM. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? The ayes have it. Parole is granted. Okay, Mr. Gallimore, congratulations.
Thank you.
Good luck.
This concludes the for Frederick Gallimore 384295. Good luck to you.
Thank you.
Hi, Mr. Roberts, how are you?
I'm okay. Good morning.
We're about to begin. Good morning, my name is Parole Officer Smelly. Today's Friday, April 17th, and this is a hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Parole. The following board members are present this morning and about to state their names on the record. Certified they have reviewed all statutorily required documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Good morning, Alex Starkov.
Robert Sazowskis.
George Chance.
Please state your name and inmate number for the record, sir.
Quincy Roberts, 232602.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Quincy Roberts, 232602. He is serving a sentence of 66 months jail for criminal possession of a pistol/revolver, possession with intent to sell dispensed narcotics, violation of probation with the underlying possession with intent to sell dispensed narcotics. As of today, records reflect the parole eligibility date of October 16th, 2026. At 50%, there is no victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan. It has been reviewed and shows he has completed voices and new thoughts to date. He remains on the wait list for addiction services, a job, and education. Utilize the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system. The offender's overall score falls within the high range of risk for recidivism. Mr. Roberts, this is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin, sir.
Wrote something I'd like to read.
Go ahead.
I stand before this board of parole and take full accountability for my actions and poor decision making. Speaking with a deep sense of remorse for the harm and distress I've caused to the victims in my community. I come before this panel seeking the opportunity to demonstrate, along with taking responsibility for my actions, I have made the necessary and meaningful contributions to change, to ultimately have a better life and outcomes, to eventually use and properly prepare myself for release back into society. I do not minimize my involvement to my past, nor do I take lightly to the effects that I have left on victims of my actions and the lifestyle motivated and centered around drugs and crime. These are the actions that have me incarcerated today, along with the life-altering events. Today, I'm motivated to make a better quality of life through proper perspective and rehabilitation. I have taken my incarceration time and applied changes my community can be proud of. I have gained essential tools and positive mindset to help myself change for the better. I took the initiative to search out literature and better methods to stay committed to knowing and reflecting on how having insight alone at times can help on a course to show that I'm worthy to be trusted. I had the opportunity to participate in two very influential groups. One is New Thoughts and the other is Voices. Two very similar curriculums, yet two very different effects they took on me. Voices enhanced the kinds of traumatic pleas I never heard while I was victimized in my communities, or seeing the negative effects I left on the victims to go through, to rebuild themselves and restore to a stable mental health status. It really is hurtful and emotional for me to know my actions caused such tragedy. New Thoughts has broadened my view on accountability and change. From conflicting situations to using tools learned and provided to better judgment at all times. Being better equipped to use and know thoughts, feelings, behavior, and outcomes. The process of thought has the power to restore and rebuild and make better. I'm committed to using these learned skills throughout my life. I'm enrolled in addiction services and watch self-victimized people use distorted thinking to think they need the drugs and will use and victimize anyone to get what they need, even risk their life or death, which says so much more to the non-user, which is me. I jeopardize much more than my sobriety and I jeopardize my mental health, making me just as dangerous or worse. So I read about rehabilitation and sobriety methods and goals added with two tools to stay focused on my initiative to change. My own motivation comes from some lifelong and altering events. Today, incarcerated, I lost my grandmother 2 weeks into my incarceration. My youngest daughter developed a gastrointestinal complication that keeps her in chronic pain. She's 9 years old. Her mother and mother to my other children suffer from epilepsy from a head injury. I suffer from obesity, diabetes. I have mobile issues needing both knees replaced. And I need a more frequent special physician for congestive heart failure treatment. I once was shot with a friend randomly. She lost her life tragically. I carry that with me daily. In short, I stay committed to the change of my life, to changing my life for the better. I have and still look for various employment places who are second chance willing to hire and educate while I work. I also look forward to possibly being an employer to people with my family's delivery service. Also, the opportunity to put my best foot forward and enjoy my journey as a law-abiding member of society. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Roberts, for your opening statement. You covered a lot of ground. We do have some additional questions for you, and
Okay.
I will begin the questions this morning. Can you tell us why you were selling drugs in the community?
I sold drugs because of poor decisions. That's the main thing. Like, I did have a job, just poor choices.
Was it a full-time job that you had?
Part-time maintenance job.
What were you doing?
Maintenance at a food franchise, Hooters, actually. I had that job for years. I got certified as a mason to do odd jobs, stairs, sidewalks, porches. I actually liked it.
Did you think about the consequences of you selling drugs? You were on probation for selling drugs, right?
Yeah. To be honest, no, that's the distorted thinking that drugs will do. Like, it makes you believe that you can actually beat the system to an extent.
Were you doing drugs too at the time?
Not necessarily, but yeah.
What were your drugs of choice?
Smoked marijuana for a while, alcohol. Those were enough to distort anyone's thinking.
You feel like you have a problem with alcohol?
I did, yes, and yes, I do.
Have you been able to do anything in the facility to address that?
I'm on the addiction service list. There's a long waiting list. So the tablet that I have, it offers podcasts and drug addiction services through the tablet. Mm-hmm. And I was on a Christian support thing through the mail, but the mail's so backed up, it's hard to catch up with that. But I stay focused on the literature that they offer us through the tablet. Mm-hmm. To focus on my rehabilitation from drugs.
Good. You also had a possession of a weapon, right? Conviction. Why did you have a gun?
To be honest, a friend of mine had that gun, and I took it from him, and it was in my tool bag on my back porch. And when the authorities came to arrest me, I told them where the gun was at. I had totally forgot. I was actually going to go because I live maybe 2 blocks away from the Hartford police station, and I was going to go when they had that gun drive and bring it down there. He didn't need to be going around with a gun. His life is not like that, and it just all turned bad too fast.
You talked about the 2 programs that you've taken, New Thoughts and Voices. You have no disciplinary reports, right?
No disciplinary reports.
How did you manage to do that? You've had quite a few in the past.
Yeah, just having a change of thought. Not dealing with the people you know who are problems, knowing the warning signs, seeing who to avoid. My life is really different now. I don't blame blame anybody but myself. So I have to pick myself up out of this situation the best way I know how. And I feel like changing is the best way I can offer some healing.
Mr. Roberts, let me see if my colleagues have questions. I'm not sure I'm there in discretionary parole today. I really would love for you to take the addiction services program. And she'll come back, but let me see if my colleagues have any questions. Ms. Jens.
Okay,
Mr. Roberts,
yes.
why are you still involved in the criminal justice system?
48 years old and been out of the criminal justice system for 10 years. I still ask myself that question every day. So
What's your answer?
So it's to actually get to a place, pay off my debt through parole or probation, whatever I have, get a respectable employment to keep me from ever looking back at a troubled time or things that can keep me in trouble or put me in trouble, people that I can get in trouble with.
You know the puzzling part for me, Mr. Roberts? You spent an extensive time in the criminal justice system before. I just don't understand why you're still there. Why you think it was okay for you to be in possession of guns and selling drugs in the community and thought you could get away with it.
Like I said, poor judgment. I can't say much else to that except it was just poor decision making.
And have you corrected that poor decision making?
I have by I put in what's worth more than being isolated here in prison ahead of even my own selfish desire, which was selling drugs or poor decision making. My children, my family, they deserve better. You know, I had 2 small children and I was selfish to think that I could even continue such a life and know that they need me. But like I said, drugs and distortion kept me from properly processing my thoughts and behavior and feelings. And this is what brings me here today.
I read that you attended treatment at Wheeler Clinic at one time, but that you didn't complete it.
No, I completed it through my probation. It was supposed to be a addiction service class, but it wound up being a one-on-one service because of the hours I was actually working doing cement work. So the lady named is Jen Wheeler. I'm actually still in contact with her today. I call her every few weeks or so, and she mentors me and helps me get my things in order. And she waits for opportunity for us to join back up and continue her services.
Why do you think that you got too much time? Why do you think your sentence was unfair?
I think it was unfair because the lawyer that I had, by then I became disgusted with that lifestyle. So I wasn't even involved. I was on the GPS. isolated to my homework and my kids based on school and doctor visits. So only other thing besides going to my lawyer's office to see what his next plan is, and he had none. So it was like he didn't care that my grandmom had become terminally ill, and I knew that she knew she wasn't gonna make it to me coming back home. But he didn't even take that into consideration to bring it up to the judge or the prosecutor to say, maybe we can give him a short amount of time or developments with my kid. That didn't just happen. It happened all prior to me coming to prison. And these were the things that, it's not for the judge and prosecutor to say they sensitive to my issues because of my actions. But
Exactly. I mean, yes, your grandmother was sick, but your offenses are pretty serious. You had a gun charge and, selling crack cocaine and fentanyl in the community is pretty serious.
yeah, I know. This I know.
Okay. So you had indicated that you were in business with your brothers?
Yeah, my brother started a furniture and merchandise delivery service that we buy contracts through major distributors and we deliver their goods. From New York to Massachusetts.
So if you had a business with your brother, why were you selling drugs?
No, my brother started that just recently.
Okay.
That's what I plan on going home to and probably being an employer one day.
Okay. All right. They have a trucking company?
Yeah.
Okay. And so they're gonna assist you with employment?
Yeah. They're part of my
And part of your plan is to reunite with your children. But what about addiction services? Because you haven't taken one.
Well, due to the waiting list, they say they are they take on people who are ready to go to parole and those ready to go to halfway houses and home right within the next 3 months. This parole hearing was it was a surprise to me this quick, and I've been writing to get an addiction service for the last 18 months.
So you did new thoughts, and I'm hoping that you learned a couple of things during that. And as 47-year-old Mr. Roberts, you really need to focus on making better decisions and be a support to your children and your family. I do feel that you need to complete that addiction services program anyway. Okay?
Okay.
So thank you for talking with me.
Thank you, Ms. Chance.
Okay.
Mr. Stathakis.
Okay, just a couple of quick questions. My colleagues have asked everything. You have a concerning criminal history. My colleague had mentioned it, but you have one charge in there that stands out. That was a long sentence. I don't want to go into the details of it, but was a firearm involved in that?
No.
Okay, we don't need to go any further into that. Your brother owns this trucking company. Do you think that he could write you like a letter saying that? Yeah.
Actually, my brother is a mentor and teacher at Job Corps, and he had this. I used to bring the students to their basketball games. They all were writing letters, but this parole. I just found out I was coming to this parole here last week, so
But, I mean,
I didn't get to get it. But he can. He
still
will.
might help you. It still might help you if you can get your brother to send you a letter of support saying that he owns this company and that he'd be willing to employ you in the future, and that he's going to help you when you get out. To be a supportive person. Do you think he would write something like that?
Yeah.
Okay, I think that would help you to have that on file for us to look at. Because anyone could say anything. I'd like to see something from your brother written.
Yeah, definitely.
You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Okay, that's all I have. Thank you.
It's brothers, it's a group of his brothers that
Yeah.
are all own.
Yes, but if they could get some kind of
My,
confirmation.
Yeah,
my
I
main
agree.
one, it's one brother who's starting it,
Okay,
and he's using the people that he grew up with to start this business right now.
Yeah.
So right now he's in the process of getting people to donate to the cause of this business.
okay. Well, I mean, just for us to see letters of support, it's important. So we understand there are people in the community besides just your words. There's a letter from someone.
Yeah.
So if you
Yeah,
could get
definitely.
something like that, yeah, it'll be helpful if you could. That's all.
Of course.
Okay, Mr. Roberts, we're done with our questions. We're going to discuss your case and we'll give you a decision shortly, okay?
Okay, thank you.
I sense that we may be in the same place here. Mr. Roberts does rate high. He is here on a number of concerning convictions, including sale of drugs, while on probation for sale of drugs. He does, as we discussed, have a long criminal history. While incarcerated, he received no disciplinary reports. He completed a couple programs, New Thoughts and Voices. And he still has addiction services on his OAP, his DOC and DOC Alcohol and Drugs Force 3. And he himself admitted that he's had issues with alcohol. So my preference would be to deny today and bring him back. He's not eligible until October anyway. I'll suggest December, but I'm open to hearing other ideas. Chance?
So we're in April, so December would make it 6 months.
So,
December will make it 8.
8 months,
8
yeah. If they put them in tier 4, it should be enough time if you go to December.
Yeah, so 8 months.
Or is that
So
not
we're
so?
in April. Yeah, 8 months. Yeah, I'm not, it's off.
So you're okay with December? November change?
Yes,
Yeah, I'm okay with that too. You know, I'm concerned about the gun charge at his age. It seems it's foolish for him to be still engaged in this kind of behavior after all he's been through. I mean,
Mhm.
so
that's why I asked him why he's still in.
but he does express some good insight into this. I mean,
Yes.
he'd say he understands, you know, it's just foolish and mistakes. And he actually had a job. He was working.
Exactly. And he said he's been asking that same question to himself
Yeah. So,
and wasn't able to answer it until he came back to jail again.
yeah, I
So-
hope he continues to, you know, use this time that he's got. So he's really here to do programs, focus on his mental health and keep doing what he's doing in a positive way.
And I would like to see him obtain a letter and include it in his release plan,
Yeah,
to do a release plan.
yeah.
I have criminal history, offense committed on probation, and inadequate program participation.
That's right. Or, yes. That's
Okay.
right.
All right, in the matter of Quincy Roberts, inmate number 232602, there's a motion to deny discretionary parole for the following reasons. Criminal history, current offense committed while on probation, and inadequate institutional program participation. Do I have a second?
Second,
All in favor? Aye, opposed? The ayes have it. Parole is denied. We will rehear the case in December of this year, 2026. And make recommendation to complete any positive programs, including addiction services. Prepare for release plan.
to include a letter of, recommendation from your brother.
Letter of employment.
Yeah, for employment.
Okay,
Did you catch all that, Mr. Roberts?
I did, thank you.
We'll see you in December. Your eligibility is not until October anyway, so it's only a couple of extra months, which should give you an opportunity to take addiction services.
Okay,
And you should be in a good spot. Nothing is guaranteed, but try to prepare yourself.
And no DRs.
okay,
This concludes the
Thank you.
hearing for Quincy Roberts. 3260, you receive all this in writing, okay, Mr. Roberts, good luck to you.
okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, Mr. Patera, how are you?
Hi, how are you?
We're about to begin, okay?
Excuse me?
We're about to start.
Okay, thank you.
Good morning, my name is Parole Officer Smelly. Today's Friday, October 17th. This is a hearing. It's a hearing of Connecticut Board of Pardons parole. The following board members are present this morning and by state their names of their records, certified they have reviewed all statutorily required documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Good morning, Alex Tarkov.
Robert Sazowskis.
Joy Chance.
Please state your name and inmate number for the record, sir.
Peter Viteri, 358623.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Peter Patir, 358623. He is serving a sentence of 10 years jail, 2 years mandatory minimum for possession with intent to sell, defense narcotic, criminal possession of a firearm and or defense weapon, sale of narcotic substance, larceny for possession of controlled substance 1 in a larceny 6. As of today, records reflect a parole eligibility date of September 24, 2026 at 50%. There is no victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan. It has been reviewed and showed the offender has completed tier 4. The recovery coach, Voices, Second Chance Health Program. He's currently participating in Smart Recovery and embracing fatherhood and remains on the wait list for a job. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offender overall score falls within the moderate range of risk for recidivism. Mr. Pateri, this is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin, sir.
Yes, I just want to read a letter.
That's great. Go ahead.
All right, good morning. I would like to thank the Board of Parole for letting me attend this morning's hearing in regards to my parole eligibility. I would like to start off by apologizing in hopes to amend the damage I have caused to the community and my family. I acknowledge that my actions were selfish and not only affect me, but has an impact on others as well. During this time of incarceration, I have been making daily efforts to change my past behaviors by focusing on my addiction and maintaining my sobriety. I have suffered from this disease for 36 years. I realize that all my crimes are a direct result of my addiction. It has taken me out of my children's and family's lives numerous times in the past. This is why I have decided to make good use of this time, something I have not really done in the past. Being involved in multiple programs, I've gained valuable information and knowledge that will help me promote effective positive change. For my participation in Voices program, I learned about the traumas victims go through when they are victimized. So many individuals are affected when these crimes are committed. The victim, family members, and society as well. Voices help me improve my awareness when it comes to my actions. I also participate in Embracing Fatherhood. This program really showed me the importance of staying present in my children's lives and the impact it has had on them being incarcerated. Next, my favorite program and a big part of my success is the Tier 4 TC. As I reside in this therapeutic community, abiding by the structure helps me be accountable, receptive, and become vulnerable. In facing self-help groups, I've learned many things about my criminal and addictive behaviors, including the thoughts behind my thinking patterns. My dedication and commitment to recovery and change has earned me a job as a mentor in the program. This not only allows me to work with other addicts and help them with their recovery journey, it allows me to continue helping myself as well. I also participate in Smart Recovery and aftercare groups to help further my knowledge of addiction and maintain sobriety. Today, I'm happy to share that I have over 4 years clean, which I never thought was possible for me. Last but not least, I have become a certified recovery coach through CCAR. This program emphasizes on empowerment and encouragement to help guide individuals who struggle with substance abuse and mental health disorders. I really enjoy helping other addicts and plan to use this for a job opportunity upon my release. In closing, I would like to ask the members of this parole board to please consider my accomplishments as proof that I'm a rehabilitated individual who no longer makes childish decisions.
I am confident that if I can manage a productive routine while incarcerated, I can do the same on parole. I will remain committed to my recovery and helping others. If I am granted parole, I'll be sure to understand that this is a privilege and will utilize the values, skills, and principles that I have learned to make a positive transition into the community. Thank you for allowing me to share with you a little bit about the person I've become. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Vizier, for your comprehensive statement. Would you have, I just thank you for your comprehensive statement. Would you have some additional questions for you?
Yes.
Then we'll deliberate, we'll discuss your case and give you
Yes.
our decision right there, okay?
Okay.
Ms. Chance will start us with question tonight.
Mr. Vizier,
Yes.
it is a big ask that you're asking today. You have such an extensive criminal history
Yes.
that spans Florida, New York, and Connecticut.
Yes.
30 years, and it includes 3 gun charges. 2 in Florida, the one that you're serving time for.
Yes.
I listened to your opening comments about having an addiction, which you have a substance abuse score of 4. But I look at the variety of crimes that you have committed. What else is going on with you?
Everything I've done, you know, the larcenies, the firearm possessions were anything that I had at the time that I could buy, sell, trade for drugs, you know, steal, anything. It was all about my drug addiction, you know, and you know, the multi-state, I think I understand it, but wherever I go, you know, I brought my addiction with me. I tried running from my addiction down in Florida. That did not work. Where I live where I was raised in New York, it's right on the Connecticut border. So that, you know, it's like right there. But everywhere I've been, you know, I brought my addiction, and I've never put so much work into myself as I have this time being incarcerated. Everything I've done was about my addiction and getting and understanding it and becoming honest with myself and vulnerable not to make the same mistakes.
So after 30 years, you think you're done with it?
I have never put this amount of work into myself, and I know that in my mind and in, you know, my heart and soul that I don't plan on ever using drugs again. I have come so far. I've never been clean this long before in my life, you know, in jail, out of jail.
4 years? You said you were 4 years clean?
Yeah, 4 years and 2 weeks.
I know you've also participated in previous treatments, both inpatient and outpatient.
Yes.
And one of the things that you had told the parole officer that a high risk for you is running into old friends. So how do you handle that? I know you said you would leave the area and connect with sponsor, but.
Yes, I have a strong network in New York, Westchester, Danbury area, a strong NA network. Even before I came in, I was deeply involved in NA. I have a lot of people in my recovery, and those are the people I choose to surround myself with. I have a friend of mine, Lydia Taylor. She's been clean 17 years. She does, you know, counseling, recovery coach stuff, and I have a lot of positive people in my life. You know, it's just that the drugs brought me to those people. I wasn't raised or brought up around people. I put myself in that situation due to the drugs. So I do have a lot of positive support and a positive support system.
You know, I hope so, because, you know, you have like assaults, criminal mischief, a whole variety. But the majority of it is either possession or sale. And I was a little bit taken back by the current gun possession charge that you have.
Yes, ma'am, that
So
again.
where do you stand with guns now?
I mean, as you can see from my record, I have never used a firearm in anything. Like I said, you know, if it was, when I got arrested, if there was chainsaws or other tools and stuff, that's not a crime. So these are just things that I came by, and anything I could make $1 on to get what I needed to get high, I did. So I don't run around the street with guns. I don't plan to carry guns. And as long as I'm not doing drugs and getting high, which that's why I put all this work in myself, I won't have a gun or committing crimes.
Because, you know, Mr. Patir, guns and drugs, you know, go together. Or at
Yes.
least that's what I'm finding out. So I do hope that your drug business is at the end after 30 years.
Yes, ma'am.
You know, you can also consider yourself a sort of lucky person because your daughter and mother sent in letters of support. How did you get that to happen?
You know, take note of everything I'm doing. As soon as you mention my daughter, she goes. I have a good relationship with both of my kids, you know. My daughter, you know, my daughter's in the military, and, you know, for her 24th birthday, she was here visiting me. She could be anywhere she wanted. She came from Lamar, California. She peeked me on her birthday, and it just, everything I do is for them, and the support I have from them is unbelievable. The support I didn't deserve for everything I did. You know, when they were little, as a father, I'm sorry.
That's okay, but you know, the good thing about it, Mr. Vatir, is that you did all those positive programs. And so I think your daughter feels that you have value to her and, you know, to other family members. So she must see some good in you, especially when I read that she was in the military.
Yes. For years, you know, I was, you know, justifying my actions that when I was out there, I spent time with my kids, I took them fishing, I do whatever I can, but, you know, it took me years to realize that all this time away has a big effect on them as well. You know, so, and everyone, you know, I know they see the changes in me, people that I talk to, that people know me have seen a lot of changes in me, and it took me a lot to see the changes in myself, you know? But
so, I listened very carefully to what you said about each of the programs that you took. You know, I like the idea that you've completed the recovery coach program.
yes,
But I want to say to you that you should always remember that you come first. I'm glad to hear you have that big support group in Danbury because that's where you want to go. And that your aunt is, you know, wants to, she is your sponsor. And you want to go live with her. And I guess she must be a bit blessed person to know that with all that you've carried on with over those 3 states, they still see some good in you.
Yes, ma'am.
So, you know, whatever opportunity that you get, I hope that you do take advantage of it. Did you finish the SMART recovery or are you still in it?
I'm still taking Smart Recovery. We go through that every week.
Okay. Can you share some of what you learned in the Smart Recovery?
So Smart Recovery is more or less, like, I'm big in Narcotics Anonymous and 12 steps. Smart Recovery is like a different approach, more cognitive therapy, the thoughts and process behind our criminal behaviors and stuff. And it's like totally the opposite of the 12 steps, which I believe in. But the biggest reason I'm doing that is because I plan to do the C-Cut recovery coach, and I have to be willing and understanding of other people's routes for their recovery. Some people might not take the 12 steps, but they might do the Smart Recovery, the thinking, process behind that. So it's just a few things that I've, learned, the thought patterns behind my behaviors, why I have those thought patterns.
And it will help you to understand that the damage that you've done to the community that you are selling drugs to.
Yes.
So I'm looking for, how do you hope to give back to your community? At least the one where you're going to.
Yes, I don't know if you saw my recovery plan, but in the past, I've always worked, try to volunteer in soup kitchens and help out with people. And I plan on just going out there and promoting change, because if someone like me could change, anyone could change. And I plan on I want to do the C-Card shit. I want to be one of the people that comes back in here and shares my story. I don't want to be the story about that, I want to be the one to come in here and plan. And I just want to do good and help other people. But with that, I understand I have to help myself first before I can do any of that.
Yeah. You also mentioned that you want to enroll in CDL.
Yes, that's another thought I had, like, maybe not a thought, but I've been in construction my whole life. My family owned a construction business. I could pretty much do anything, but I've had a few accidents. I have a fake hip, knee, ankle, wrist. I have a laminectomy and fusing my spine. So construction for the rest of my life isn't something that I really could do for much longer. But, one of the big things I want to do is the counseling recovery coach stuff, but on the back burner in case, I can't find a job doing that, I'd like to get my CDL. So that would be consistent employment is something that I could do physically.
Just one more thing. So, excuse me. How do you still have to repay the child support that you owe in Florida?
As far as I know right now, what I have is back child support from when I was incarcerated. As of right now, there's no payment on that. That would be something when I got out, if I would have to look into. As of right now, I know the last letter I got from them saying everything was stopped. It was like the back child support. But if I do have to pay it when I get out, I'll be more than happy to pay it.
So there is a child support enforcement agency that if and when you go back in the community that you need to contact.
Yes, ma'am.
And work on that. Okay?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Well, thank you for sharing, and I really appreciate your opening comments. So good luck.
Thank you.
Chance. Mr. Salaskas?
Thank you. So, Mr. Viteri, I just have a couple quick questions. You were a mentor in Tier 4, right?
I still am, yes.
Can you talk about that? What do you do? What do you do in that position? You help other people?
So I help other people. I assist the counselors in phase groups. Homework, I help other people with homework. I hand out like homework. I participate in phase groups. And basically my big thing for me in there is the self-help groups, the NANA meetings. A lot of people, like I'm open and honest about my addiction, and that helps more people than I ever imagined would. When someone comes and tells me, what you shared in a group today really helped me, it really helped me open up about my addiction. So that's like for me personally, that's my biggest part in the program, is just to share my experience, strength, and hope, and where I've come from to where I am now.
Okay. Very good. I just want to thank you for doing that and helping those other people. Some of the people are not in the same place that you are and need someone to try to get them, so they can put 4 years under their belt,
Yes, it's hard, but
Yeah.
it gets me prepared for the future.
Some of your crimes involve you driving a car. What's the status of your driver's license?
I have a valid driver's license.
You do? Okay, that's
Yes.
good. Okay, and then my colleague touched on this. You have a lot of letters of support. It's surprising considering you have a 30-year criminal history. None of these people have given up on you,
No.
There's one particular letter here that I just wanted to talk to you about from Lydia Taylor.
Mhm.
Who is she to you?
Lady Taylor goes back to when I first came over, crossed the line into Connecticut. I met Lady and we used to get high together on the street. There's another thing. And now she got over 17 years clean. You know what
Yeah.
I'm saying? And she's a recovery coach. She's a counselor. She's a big inspiration to me when you see someone else that you ran the streets with. And I go back to, well, why couldn't I do it then? But I guess that wasn't my time, you know what I'm saying? And
Yeah.
it's a big inspiration to myself.
Well, she sent this nice letter offering you a job within her
Yes.
company. Yeah.
Yeah.
As a recovery coach. She owns a recovery coach, business, and she's a consulting business where she helps people. And it sounds like according to this letter, that you'll be able to work with her.
Yes.
Last thing I wanted to ask you about was that you have a list of co-defendants. I'm going to read off the names, okay?
Okay.
Let me know if you're related to any of these people or you need to have contact with any of these people for any reason.
Okay.
You understand what I'm saying?
Yes.
Kathleen McKinney, Miranda Pope, Matthew Malillo, Cassandra Richter, Amanda Fitzgerald, Jordana Perdomo, Anthony Ramirez. You friends with any of these people?
No.
You're not related to them. You don't need to have any contact with them.
No.
Okay. That's all I have, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. I think I've missed a couple of victims.
Can I ask
Cool.
the appeal to verify something for me? Can you go back and tell me the eligibility date? Because I had a date.
I have September 24th. Here's the list.
Reading day?
Yeah.
Yeah. So
Yes. Yeah, I don't know where I got April 28th.
No, September.
Okay,
you can use that if you wanted to make the motion now, but everybody.
I have all the,
All the names of people.
yep.
Quite a bit of stuff going on here. Yeah. It's amazing recovery.
Yeah. Ms. Chance?
Okay, so, Mr. Vitir has an extensive criminal history, which consists of, he had an addiction, and he committed offenses, in Florida, New York, and Connecticut. But they were all centered around selling drugs. There were, a few other charges that he had, where he had an assault, criminal mischief, some domestics, which he has not had any of those offenses in quite a long time. Mr. Vitir has not received any disciplinary reports. He completed several positive programs. The Tier 4, which he became a mentor. He completed the recovery coach, which he's thinking of getting involved in once he goes in the community, and the Smart Recovery program, which ends for him in July of this year. And that Smart Recovery program is very important to him because it helps him to, understand the effects of all the drugs he was selling, to his community. And his intentions are to give back to his community either through volunteering or doing his recovery coach programs. He has received several letters of support from family members. And that woman that you asked him about, I had read her letter. She used to do drugs with him.
Yeah.
She has been clean for 17 years and made several attempts to help him. But as he said, he wasn't ready then. So I do think he's ready now, and I am willing to grant discretionary parole for Mr. Patir.
Thank you, Ms. Chance. Mr. Salaskas?
Yeah, that was very well put. I really don't have much to add. This Chance really went into detail with all of that, and I agree with her 100%. I mean, this was a big hurdle for him to get over, like we started. I mean, it's a big ask, right? You look at this criminal history, but he's done it. I mean, everything's here.
She's done
So,
the work, which is really what to expect, given his long criminal history and long
And no
sentence.
DRs,
No DRs, and he put himself to work.
you know, and he's rated at a moderate range, so, you know, I think he's done the work and that he just presents as someone who he's been clean for over 4 years.
very good. Yeah.
And he has an extensive network because I read about all the support he has in Danbury.
Do we need a halfway house placement? The sheriff confirmed sponsor.
Well, he's going to his aunt. Yeah,
Okay.
so,
I think that's,
Yeah, okay.
the aunt. Yeah.
Just confirm. Okay.
Yeah.
Good. All right.
so I don't have any other conditions. Did you have anything else besides the co-defendants?
Just for codependents.
All right. In the matter of Peter Vitier, inmate number 358623, there's a motion to grant discretionary parole on or after September 24th of 2026 with the following conditions. In addition to standard conditions of parole, no contact with co-defendants Catherine McKinney, Miranda Pope, Matthew Melillo, Cassandra Richer, Amanda Fitzgerald, Giordano Perdona, and Anthony. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Ayes have it. Discretionary parole is granted. Did you get all that, sir?
Yes, thank you.
Good luck to you. Good work, and keep it up in the community, please.
Thank you.
This concludes the gift for Peter 358623. Not to, you'll receive all this in writing.
Okay, thank you. Have a nice day.
You too. Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Lewis.
Good morning, Pam.
Can you hear us?
Yes.
Okay, we're about to begin, okay?
Say that one more time.
We're about to begin.
Just first and foremost, I just want to apologize to the
No,
victims.
sorry, hold on a
Oh.
minute. We're about to begin. I'll let you know, okay, when you can speak.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Parole Officer Smelly. Today's Friday, April 17, 2026, and this is a hearing of Connecticut Board of Pardons and Parole. The following board members are present this morning and by state their names on the record, certified they have reviewed all statutory documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Good morning, Alex Tarkov.
Robert Sazauskas.
Joy Chance.
Please state your name and inmate number for the record, sir.
My name is Jermaine Lewis, inmate number 238798.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration for Jermaine Lewis, 238-798. He is serving a sentence of 4 years jail for a violation of probation with underlying assault first, extend to life. As of today, record reflect a parole eligibility date of October 23, 2026 at 85%. There is no victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan. It has been reviewed and shows the offender has completed voices and remains on the wait list for addiction services, a job, education, and vocational needs. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offender overall score falls within the high range of risk for recidivism. Mr. Lewis, this is your opportunity now to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole, sir. You may begin.
Like I said, first and foremost, I would like to apologize to the victims in this case, VL and AL. Besides that,
I'm not one to be able to sell myself, but I did complete voices, and I've stayed out of trouble. That's all I have, guys.
Yeah, well, thank you, Mr. Lewis, for your opening statement. We have some questions for you,
Yes,
and
sir.
we'll deliberate about your case, and we'll give you our decision. Mr. Sazaskas will start questioning today.
Okay, Mr. Lewis, good morning. How are you?
I'm all right. Yourself?
Okay, so I'm going to start by asking some questions about some of the things that have happened, and then we'll move into like your programming and what you want to do when you're released.
Okay.
Let's talk about what happened with this situation with the 15-year-old. I don't want to use any names of any victims on the record, just to put that out there first, okay? But you know what we know. We've read all the documents. We know the situation.
Gotcha.
Did you expose yourself to this child?
Pending the appeal, my lawyer suggested that I shouldn't answer any questions pertaining to this case.
Okay, but you've already been. Is it still ongoing? Is there an ongoing case or no?
Yeah, it's an ongoing appeal case, yes.
Oh, an appeal case. Okay, I understand. Okay. Okay, so that's fine. I'll make a note of that. Okay. Why do you think your probation was violated?
Honestly, the charges seem to be,
Okay.
the allegations were,
So so your understanding is mostly that incident was this the reason that they brought the violation of probation?
that's how I interpreted it.
Okay. Okay. All right, and I was gonna ask you if you had texted the victim after you did this, apologizing for your behavior and flirting with the victim, but it sounds like your answer would be the same as to my first question. Is that right?
It will be.
Okay, I just wanted to put it on the record. Okay, let's talk about the disciplinary report you received in prison in 2024 for fighting. Can you talk about that?
I can talk about. I'm sure you guys are aware there's a high, I guess it's called deuce or some type of stuff these people are smoking. I entered the cell on a Friday, and the guy was smoking, and he attacked me on a Sunday. I was just defending myself. That's pretty much it.
So this was your cellmate,
Yes,
and you believe that he was intoxicated using illegal drugs, and he
Yes.
attacked you, and you were defending yourself.
Yes.
Have you seen him since then?
No, we would have I'm sure the system's set up where we won't be able to see each other from. Well, I did see him when I was in segregation. He came, when he got out, he apologized to me.
Okay, so that's what I want to know. So he apologized. He later apologized to you.
Yeah.
Is there anything you think you could have done differently to try to avoid receiving a disciplinary report in that situation? It's not good, disciplinary reports, it's something that we look at when we're making our decisions. So that's why I'm asking these questions.
Prior to the incident, I tried talking my way out of it, but the individual was content on attacking me. So he closed the door inside the cell, and there was no way I can get out of that situation.
Okay. You have a Department of Correction drug and alcohol score of a 4, and 5 is the highest. Do you know that?
Yes, I do.
Okay, and you're on the wait list for the addiction services program. You haven't completed it yet. Have you written to them? Have they said anything to you about taking like a tier program or something?
I've been around. I'm waiting. I was waiting for them to contact me. There's.
Okay.
I know the
this.
system's been.
Yeah, there's a lot of people that need these programs. I get it. I'm just curious if there's been any communication. Have you heard anything? Is there a start date set? Anything like that?
I've spoken to Counselor Samal, or her title's changed. Counselor Samal, and she, in the hallway in passing, and she informed me that I was on the list and that she contacted somebody to reach out to me, but I haven't heard anything since.
I mean, it's important for us for you to address all of your needs. That's one of them, you know? And, have you had any opportunities to attend NA or AA, anything like that outside of a formal program?
No.
How do you plan to stay sober when you're released? Do you have any kind of a plan? So that way, go ahead.
From my perspective, sobriety wasn't the issue that should have been tackled. I did have a mental health issue that was underlying that I did attempt to attack, that I did attack. Started taking meds, started seeing psychiatrists, and things did improve heavily.
Yeah, I read about that. You don't think that, in your mind, that addiction services is, you know, something that's like a main problem for you, that's going to lead to recidivism?
I'd be naive to say no, but that's a.
You recognize it plays a role. Can I say, is it fair to say that you recognize that it plays a role in what's happened? Okay.
Definitely.
Okay. How do you think you've changed the most since you've been in prison?
I'm a little more patient now. See things a lot clearer now that the medication has gave me a different perspective on life, a different view on life. That's, I'm just more aware of what my actions and can cause. Sorry, I'm not that articulate, but at the moment.
No, you're doing great. I completely understand what you're saying, and I'm glad to hear these kinds of things from you. You know, that you're more aware, right, of your actions and the impact they have on other people, right?
Yeah, extremely.
There's a lot of people affected by these things. You know what I'm saying? It's a ripple effect. It's not just the victims, it's their families, your family. All of these people are all affected by these things that happen, you know?
And voices was part of that to allow me to see that. In this situation, the son, AL, I recognize now how his issue with me and his mother probably matriculated into his life, and that's something he didn't ask for. And that was that kind of gets to me.
Yeah, think about when you were a child, right? The things that have happened to you and the things you remember, right? And we've all experienced things, right? And so now these other people are experiencing these things because of the actions that you're doing. You know what I mean?
Yes.
So it stays with people forever. They don't forget, you know.
Especially children.
Yeah, especially, right? I'm sure you can think of things that happened to you when you were a child and remember them vividly, you know.
Yeah.
So when you were out in the community on probation, you were supposed to complete the Evolve domestic violence program. Did you ever complete that? Did you get around to doing it?
We, the probation officer and I, he suggested that we do one program at a time. So he sent me to MCCA first, which I was evaluated for drug and alcohol and mental health. They said I didn't have a drug and alcohol problem. We went to the mental health, and that's where I started taking the medication and seeing the therapist. By the time that finished, that was an extended period of time because I kept seeing the psychiatrist. So he wanted to wait until that was completely finished before he started me on the domestic violence program.
Okay. All right. I mean, that's what I thought probably took place, and I think your probation officer was right. You know, putting too many things on at once is not going to be beneficial. You just tackle one thing at a time and deal with it.
I agree.
Yeah. So, I mean, regardless of what happens today, sir, you have to be ready because there's only 4 months between your parole eligibility and a sentence. You're getting out soon, you know?
Yes.
And then and then you don't have any supervision to follow. How's that gonna be if you go to end of sentence with no supervision? How are you gonna do in the community?
I believe I'm in here well. I believe I'm very well. One of my issues with probation, obviously, as I couldn't leave the state, I did want to try exercising my Class A driver's license to go across the road and just explore the United States.
Yep.
But that was, I was always being hindered because I was always on paper, but that's something I'm gonna definitely look forward to.
Okay.
Either way.
And you want to live with, you have the support of your mother and you can live there? Is that right?
I believe so. Yes.
And it says that you wanted to look for a construction job. Have you done that kind of work before?
Yes. For years, probably about 12 years, I was, I paid and drove trucks.
Okay. All right. Thank you for answering my questions, Mr. Lewis. That's all I have today. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank you.
President. Ms. Chance.
So, Mr. Lewis,
Yes, Mr. Chance.
have you ever completed a domestic violence program?
Yeah, as you guys know, this is yes, a violation of my probation. So the prior sentence I have, I don't know if that counts towards the sentence, but that's I have.
So it's important for, when they ask you to do the evolve, it has to do with your criminal history.
Understood.
You understand that?
Yes.
And not allowing you to go out of state. And I just wanted to remind you that the extension of charges that you have as part of your criminal history is part of the reason why.
I understand.
Okay. And so I know for this offense, you were saying that you believe you were having a mental health episode. And I know from way back when you went to MCCA, I do agree that they said you didn't need substance abuse at the time, but that you needed mental health.
There you
go. Your substance abuse history also plays a role in your criminal history. So it was really appropriate at the time for you to do both.
I
At the same time.
I agree with you. Like I said, me and the probation officer just came to agreement and take one at a time. He didn't want to put, I was working at the time also, so it was, he didn't want to put too much on me with the job and multiple programs.
Yeah. So, right now, the only one, let me ask you this. Are you still working in the clothing factory?
No,
When did you stop?
I've never worked in a clothing factory.
You never worked there?
No.
Okay. So maybe that was an error or oversight. Did you have a job assignment?
I haven't had a job assignment on this go around.
Yeah, I was just wondering why so far you only did the Voices program. And why you weren't able to do addiction services.
The bureaucracy, you guys know, what this is.
But the fighting ticket didn't help.
You'd say that again?
Okay, well, my colleague asked a lot of the questions already. And I know that you still have an appeal case going with your current charge, so there is not much that we can do here. But we would have liked to see you complete other programs on your OAP. And part of that just has to do with the number of failures that you've had. You know, where you were given 6 opportunities and you failed 5. Yeah, so that wasn't a good history.
I understand.
Okay. But I think you're at a place where you understand what it is that you have to do.
Yes,
So
I
even
do.
if, yeah, so even if you go out with no probation or discretionary parole, you know what it is that you have to do.
Of course, and I'm tired of this. I'm tired. Can I interject and say something? I just want to point out that those charges were subsequently dropped. Just for the record, that you guys know.
Which charges?
Whatever the violation was for, the charges were subsequently dropped.
I thought you said it was still under appeal.
It's in my appeal. I'm appealing the issue, but the charges were subsequently dropped.
The violation of probation.
Right. The
That's
DOP was dropped.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. All right, just want to make sure. All right, well, thank you for answering my questions.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank you, Ms. Chance. Okay, Mr. Lewis, I think we're all set with questioning. We're going to enter into deliberation and we'll give you the decision shortly, okay?
Yeah, take your time.
Mr. Sazaskas.
Okay, so, Mr. Lewis said he wasn't able to articulate himself well, but I understood everything he was saying. I thought he did a good job.
Sure did.
Yeah, answering the questions that he could answer. And I understand his position on some of answering the questions for underlying offense. I mean, it doesn't help us any, but his lawyer gave him that advice and he's decided that that's what he's gonna go with. So we weren't really able to get to the bottom of why, him taking any responsibility for why he was violated. We were never really able to get to any of that. So we're left with just what he's done since he's been incarcerated, really not being able to explore how he feels or remorse. Although in his opening statement, I was happy to hear that he apologized to all the victims in his cases, kind of a general thing without going into specifics. So I was glad to hear that he started his discussion with us, today by apologizing. I think that was the right thing to do. And I hear some maturity in his voice, and he described how he sees things clearer now. He's been, sounds like he's taking a more proactive approach to his mental health needs and starting to see things a little bit more clear and the things he needs. My concerns with all of this, with all that said, is that he rates high for his recidivity, has a concerning criminal history, right? It's not his first assault or his first violation of probation. There's only 4 months in between these dates, so he's getting out in February. He rates 4 for his DOC drug and alcohol score out of 5. He has not completed addiction services program yet, and I think through our questioning, through myself and panel member Chance, that he recognizes that substance abuse at least plays some role in some of this, right? It may not be the sole driving factor, but it's certainly involved in what's going on here, and he hasn't addressed that yet. He did not take the Evolve program when he was out because he got violated. He was dealing with his mental health situation. And then he gets his fighting ticket. I know it's, it's like 18 months ago, but it's just, it piles on to the other stuff. He's been denied a halfway house. He does have support in the community from his mother. So if he goes to end of sentence, he's going to have somewhere to go. And, he has some work history and skills that he says that he believes he can find a job when he gets out. So, for me today, based on his criminal history his inadequate program participation and his poor performance on community release, which would include his past violations and this current one. I don't find him suitable for release today, although, I wish him the best of luck, and I think he's on the right path,
Thank you, Mr. Sadowski. Ms. Chance?
I agree with everything, you've said, Mr. Sadowski. The one area that I was concerned about was when, and it's not his fault, when he was told that he only needed mental health, when he really needed both.
Yeah.
And should have addressed both. But just talking to him from now, he understands that he needs those two. And so I am with you. He is rated high. He didn't do well on previous community releases, which I pointed out to him. So I'm in favor, and I had the same reasons: criminal history, poor performance, and inadequate institution programs.
That we have, Mr. Sadowski, for reasons?
I do, I have those three.
In that case, I think we're ready for a decision. In the matter of Jermaine Lewis, inmate number 238-798, there's a motion to deny parole for the following reasons: the criminal history, your poor performance while community supervision, and inadequate institutional program participation. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
The ayes have it. The parole is denied. Hey, Mr. Lewis, we were not able to give you discretionary parole today, but we all recognize you sound positive today, and sounds like you're on the right track. We wish you luck.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hearing for Jermaine. Good luck to you.
Yep.
That's it.